starting even later than we did last time.
Hell yeah! Only the pinnacle of professionalism here on
Well, I
Storytime
mean,
with Scrappy.
last time we started when it was like 3 a.m. in my time or something ridiculous. So.
Jesus, man.
Yeah, so.
Okay, hello folks, welcome to the first September version of Storytime with Scrappy and Friends, and we are back reading another, hopefully 2 chapters of the L Stands for Loser by the Wimpzilla. If I sound a little short of breath, it's because I just ate and then gargled with Listerine. That probably messed up my throat. That's only the highest standards of professionalism here. Yes, with us today again are Tanner and Harry and our friend Sabletooth. And returning after a brief absence is Nova, who has hopefully recovered from his whatever kept him absent. I hope you're doing alright, Nova.
Feeling better.
Good to know. And we also have another guest with us today. They are just from another Discord server that I frequent, and they go by the name of Common Spider.
Justice shall be served.
Nice.
Nice.
Now, for those of us, for those of, well, you and you, the audience, and you people reading for my convenience, when we last left off, Luigi, our perpetually put down everyman of this twisted comedic story, had finally snapped and gone to the dark side, and it was hilarious.
It was.
Is it just me, Mario? Or is it getting crazier out there?
No, Luigi, it's getting crazier in here. And pretend I said that in a Mario voice.
Yeah, but
So-
this is the chapter where Luigi becomes the Joker baby.
I guess you could say this is Mario's Wacky World.
Yes.
Eh.
Obscure reference. I got it.
So, yeah, Luigi has just readopted his old brainwashed villain persona, Mr. L, and he is just taken to wreaking vengeance. Wreaking vengeance? Yeah. Wreaking vengeance on everyone who has ever wronged him. Not so much in his entire life, but really just in like the last 48 hours in universe.
Yeah.
Mario, when the nice guy loses his patience, the devil quakes in fear.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, he's gone to the dark side. And by dark side, I mean he's like pulling off some petty pranks.
Yeah, no.
And, well, he realizes that, yeah, I can go bigger, so he's gonna work with Bowser now. He's joining his League of Villains. And that leads us into our 17th chapter, Illegal Haircutting. This is the L. Pardon?
Better. Never mind.
This is the L stands for Loser by the Wimpzilla, chapter 17. Bowser banged the gavel. Yes, we forgot. Yeah, Common Spider, you volunteered to voice Bowser in my stead today. Thank you. So,
Oh shoot, I thought you were taking Bowser.
Order! Order! I will have order!
The group immediately quieted.
Good. Now for the first order of business, my son will read the minutes from our previous meeting.
Bowser Jr. cleared his throat.
Oh, right, sorry. Everyone's missing cues today. Professionalism.
The first minute, Dad bangs the hammer thingy, followed by a thrown tomato by Waluigi. Waluigi and Dad take it outside. Minute 3, Dad comes back with a black eye and a puffy lip. Waluigi doesn't return. Then after that it got boring, so I just zoned out with my old Shame Boy color. Wish Dad was still Snoopy us.
You son. Next order of business, A moment of silence for the fallen minions of our last failed plan for world domination.
Everyone lowered their heads. Mr. L burst through the doors.
Hey! Was this the place?
He shouted, interrupting the silence. He received many dirty glares.
No, you guys, he's cool. Welcome aboard, Steve.
Bowser said. Oh gosh. What the heck does he sound like? He doesn't have a voice.
Steve!
What kind
Yes,
of
he
villain
speaks
name
the
is
voice of the Legion.
He's a ghost, right? Dupless is a ghost. Steve?
Dupless shouted.
Apparently
What
he
kind
died.
of villain name is that?
Well, it's certainly not the villain name of someone who apparently died choking on a theremin.
Hey!
Anyway, speak for yourself, sheet boy.
Mr. L
Speak for
replied
yourself,
sarcastically.
sheet boy.
Mr. L replied sarcastically as he took his seat. Many oohs and burns were directed to Dupless.
Common.
No, that's no. And the name is Mr. L.
That's yours.
Oh, yeah. And the name's Mr. L.
Meet the crew.
Bowser said as he rounded the long table.
Of course, my son, Bowser Jr.
Bowser Jr. glanced up from his shame boy.
Huh? Is that what's in your name?
Rio.
Wario responded by continuing to pick his nose,
Waluigi.
while Luigi did his annoying trademark snicker.
The Coops brothers.
Yo.
I think that stated red.
Yo.
Said Green. Yo, murmured. These are supposed to be the Cooper brothers. There's no blue. There's a black Cooper brother. Yo,
Same
murmured.
color.
Yo, murmured the BL one.
What?
Let out! Yelled Yellow. The other members glared at him. I meant Yo. Bowser rounded the end of the long table. Dupless kept trying to hold back his tears from Mr. L's earlier insult.
You, obviously. Then we have General Shy Guy.
General Shy Guy saluted.
And Mini Luigi.
Mr. L did a double take at the last member of the group. The dummy just stared at him with his dead eyes, watching, planning.
And last but not least, yours truly. And we are...
Everyone joined in on the group action pose and screamed, The League of Villains!
Villains.
Villains!
Thank you, Dupless.
You're
Mr. L stared.
welcome!
Yeah. Dopeless, your timing was off. We need to go through that again.
Alright, actually,
Three,
no,
two,
we
one.
have a timetable.
No.
Oh man. Alright, Mr. L stared. Okay, so you're the new guy, Red asked from across the table.
I guess?
Mr. L responded with a shrug. In all honesty, he was expecting more than what he was seeing right now. I don't know, like... Nova, you want to handle General Shy Guy?
So, what's your weakness?
General Shy Guy asked.
I don't know. Death?
Come on, you can't be in the club without a weakness.
Bowser insisted.
Yeah, mine's condensed balls of lights with blue noses.
Stated General Shy Guy.
Nutrition!
it's... Oh shit! I thought I got rid of my homunculus clone! My
Nutrition Warriors.
flesh puppet that I was hoping to store my soul in case I ever died to continue my lineage has taken on a life of its own and has come to kill me. Ah!
Nutrition Wario said.
It's
Awesome.
Wario.
What?
My name!
Sorry. Dukeless said as he lowered his pathetic, non-existent head.
Does it have to be incredibly lame?
Mr. L asked the group. Everyone in the group murmured amongst themselves, obviously, as in does, heard numerous times among the chit-chat. Bowser Jr. shouted over the noise.
Actually, he can officially join the club until I get back into how this character is supposed to sound.
He then lowered his...
I'm fucking off today.
He then lowered his squeaky voice to a crisp, creepy whisper.
The initiation.
Initiation?
Mr. L asked, taking note of everyone's slowly widening grins. Meanwhile...
Tina Toad here, minutes before Princess Peach's emergency announcement.
Shouted one reporter over the shouts emitted from the crowd of toads behind her. It was a very rare case for the princess to call upon an emergency announcement. Yeah, what is this about? What happened? Is everything okay?
I'm scared.
These hot dogs better come with extra mustard.
These are the shouts of the worried and confused mob. Every
Very
television
worried.
in the kingdom... Pardon?
Very, very worried about the spiciness of their hot dogs.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yes. Every TV in the kingdom tuned into Channel 5 to see what the hubbub was all about. Ladies and gentle toads, proclaimed the ambassador of the Mushroom Kingdom as he took center stage. The princess has arrived. Your silence, please. The crowd was hushed at once. The only sound that could be heard were Peach's footsteps as her high-heeled shoes clacked against the hard wood of the makeshift stage. A collective gasp sounded from the sea of toads as the princess emerged, an uncrumpled brown sack masking her usually cheery face. No one spoke a word as the princess leaned towards the microphone. Her voice was distorted from the thin shield of paper covering her mouth.
Citizens of the Mushroom Kingdom, we now have
okay.
a new public nemesis disgracing our fair land. Many
I think
have
that
already
was
fallen victim to his twisted ways.
common.
Oh, sorry.
So, unless Nova was not up for it, he traditionally voices Peach in this story.
Oh,
Sorry about
I volunteered keeping Peach on from last episode.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I
mean,
must have
do
been muted.
whatever you
Definitely
please.
for that.
But I'm okay. I'm okay with common voicing her as well.
Okay then.
Good. Sorry about that.
That's up to either of you to decide. I'm okay with like just making it a running gag that Peach just gets voiced by a different person every chapter now.
Gag that Peach has dissociative identity disorder.
So yeah, Common, feel free to proceed.
Not a fan of the comment about the DID. Side note.
No, that was.
I'm willing to just let Peach have a consistent voice. Sorry about that.
Okay, Sable, would you like to take the line
sure.
from the top then?
Citizens of the Mushroom Kingdom, we now have a public nemesis disgracing our fair land. Many have already fallen victim to his twisted ways, and soon many more will follow. Stopping this menace and his horrible deeds is public priority number 1. And so, I am placing a bounty of 2 million coins to whoever can catch this man.
On the word this, Peach raised a poster showing the profile of Mr. L to the excited murmurs of the crowd. Not even Bowser had a 2 million coin bounty on him. The Toad who could catch him would be made an instant success overnight. 2 million coins! Shouted a Starbeans employee after a rather impressive spit take. This guy is serious business.
We toads can't take on such a menace.
No, we can't.
Stated the apron-donned manager of the store, slowly approaching the counter with sly confidence.
But we knew this day would come.
We did?
Yes, and we have recruited the finest league of heroes this great kingdom has ever known. Each member tested and proven against greatest odds.
We did?
Did? Oh, alright. One toad is supposed to be saying this, or is it supposed to be the crowd collectively?
They're at a Starbucks parody, so it's probably like just 3 people in there at the time.
Yeah.
The manager said nothing as he reached for the keypad of the cash register. His fingers flew over the keys so rapidly only a few of the countless keys of code were visibly punched. Then his hand jolted to a stop, hovering over the accept button. With a mighty point of his index finger, the green button was struck. The register began tilting over the edge of the counter, revolving on its hidden hinge until a secret compartment in the counter was revealed, containing a single red button. The manager said one thing before pressing the button.
Yes, we did.
Alright, for the remainder of this whole segment, it's going to be like a lot of rapid-fire voice switching, so apologies in advance. This place is just so beautiful. Kupiku said as she stared with awe at the setting sun's reflection on a quietly rippling lake. She and Koops were gazing at the landscape on the single bridge that crossed the lake's way.
Not as beautiful as you.
Koops said, making his girlfriend giggle uncontrollably.
Hey, do you remember what happened here 2 years ago today?
Our first kiss, Kupiku said instantly. And the first time you asked me to be your girlfriend.
Another question for you.
Coop said, looking into Koopy's eyes. What is it? Koops lowered down onto one knee and took Koopy's hand in his. Koopy stared at him for a moment before she realized what he was doing. Tears of shock and joy formed in her eyes. Koops reached into his pocket with his free hand.
Koopiku, will you be my...
Beep beep. Koops was suddenly interrupted by loud, rapid beeping from his pocket. He checked his wallet to see that his hero's membership card from Starbeans was blinking a bright green light, signaling his call for action.
Oh man, I gotta split.
Koops sprinted off the bridge, leaving a dazed Koopiku.
That is a very, like, Sam Raimi Spider-Man scenario, too.
Yeah. Wait, wait, Koops, weren't you going to ask me a very important question?
No time. Emergency.
Koops shouted before he disappeared in the distance.
Ladies and gentletoads, this could be the match to end it all.
The crowd erupted as the ensuing fight between Mac and Tubba Blubba went into its final round. Mac was defending his belt as usual, Mac was defending his belt as usual, but what was unusual was that he was at serious risk of losing it. I don't know about this one. Yeah, I should voice Mac last time.
Who did? Was Mac
It's
the
been
one
passed,
that
though.
gave like that weird Patrick Warburton adjacent voice?
It was either Mac or his friend Mike, I think.
Yeah. No, I think it was Mike.
Okay, oh, yeah, I don't know about this one, Coach. Mac managed to say to his beaten and swollen face. It's like this guy's invincible or something.
Look,
I'll be the coach.
look, kid. Things are looking grim now. But if you give in, then you'll lose the respect of them, me, and even yourself. And I'm not letting you quit this match.
The Danny DeVito sounding coach said as he fanned off Mac with a towel. He needed to squeeze in his pep talk fast before the bell sounded.
Now you listen to me, kid. No one has ever held the belt this long. And you know why?
No, Mac said bluntly.
It's because you're the best there is. Now go in there and prove it.
Yeah. All right, Mac said, getting to his feet. The bell sounded, and the two fighters squared off. Mac's bruised body was in sharp contrast to Tubba Blubba's scratchless physique. Nothing Mac dished out could topple this guy.
Remember, Mac, only losers quit! Also, can you please get me my marble rose? Jesus fucking Christ, I cannot speak today.
You get this guy as Mario Boros.
Mario Boris, that's a Mario that eats its own tail.
Only losers quit, Mac repeated under his breath. Well, I ain't quitting today.
What was that? I couldn't hear you through your fat lip.
Blubba bellowed. Mac focused, repeating his fighting mantra. Only losers quit. Only losers quit. Only losers quit. Only losers quit.
Beep, beep,
Only
beep,
losers
beep,
quit.
beep, 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 beep.
Mac turned and saw his duffel bag with a Starbeans hero membership card sticking out, beeping rapidly as it called for his assistance. The coach saw him take his exit from the ring.
What? You're gonna quit after what I just said?
He's not leaving with my belt.
Blubba bellowed furiously. Mac stopped as he reached a rope. You want this thing so badly? Take it! He unhooked his belt and threw it at Blubba. However, his aim was very off thanks to the black eye Mac received around round 2, and he missed his mark by several yards. The glimmering belt spun in the air as it made its voyage into the screaming crowd. The belt traveled 13 feet into the cheap seats and struck a member of the audience with its 20-pound gold emblem. That member was in fact a heart. Blubba's, to be exact. Mac left with his things as his coach yelled angrily at him, and Blubba clutched his chest in a pseudo-heart attack. Miss Mouse slipped through an open window without making a sound. Her sleuthing had finally led her to the biggest stash of badges any mortal would lay their eyes on. She was thoroughly disappointed in the badge bank's low level of security.
I was hoping for more of a challenge.
Miss Mouse thought to herself as she quietly made her way down a dark corridor, taking care not to set off any sound-activated security traps. But challenge or not, she was making the biggest score of her life. She made out the end of the corridor, and her last obstacle between her and her precious loot. The vault door.
Well, aren't you a big old door?
Miss Mouse voiced playfully in her mind as she reached for the stethoscope in her back pocket.
Might as well be a welcome mat, madam.
Slowly turning the dial. Miss Mouse focused on the clicks from the steel barrier, made only easier to hear by the deafening silence in the hallway. Miss Mouse could make out the sound of a tumbler activating as easily as anyone could hear the. Miss Mouse could make out the sound of a tumbler activating as easily as anyone could hear the horns of a semi blaring 3 feet from them. 10 seconds later, the sixth tumbler clicked, and the handle to the door went down as easily as a hot knife through butter. She slowly opened the door, taking an early peek into the vault. The room was easily as large as Rogueport Square, and the badges of every color in the visible spectrum lined the walls 3 feet deep in the shallowest points. It almost brought a joyous tear to the thief's eye.
My life is finally complete.
Miss Mouse gleefully thought. Bending over, she scooped up an arm's load of badges and tiptoed her way to the window where her accomplice was waiting for the drop-off.
Beep, beep, beep.
Thank you. The lights flashed on. The lights flashed on, blinding Miss Mouse as all of the 32 wall-mounted guns aimed towards the beeping hero membership card in her back pocket and opened fire.
Guys, is this really necessary?
Hey,
Mr. L asked.
hey, there's no free passes into this club.
Bowser Jr. said as he readied the paddleboard, perfectly carved to give the most horrible smack Wood could administer to one tiny.
Ah! But do I have to be covered in steak sauce?
It adds to the challenge.
This just sounds like a. This sounds wrong out of context.
This is.
I mean,
Bowser
like
Jr. passed.
literally every other initiation ceremony ever conceived.
Yeah.
I just say. Or never mind.
No, go on.
Nope. Thank you, though.
It's
Alright,
fine.
I guess I don't know. It asks a challenge. Bowser Jr. I need to clarify. Luigi did not get hit with the paddle. It just looks like it out of context.
Yeah.
It asks a challenge. Bowser Jr. passed the paddleboard to Mr. L.
Now get in there!
With a sigh, Mr. L took the paddleboard from Bowser Jr.'s hands and hopped over the fence of the Chain Chomp Ranch. He slowly tiptoed through the grass, not startling the grazing Chain Chomps until it was absolutely necessary. He approached He approached the smallest one of the group from behind, holding his breath to prevent the little chomp from detecting his presence. He looked back towards the group watching from behind the safety of the wood fence. Some of them gave him a thumbs up. Others simply waved. Dupless stuck his tongue out at him.
Who was voicing Waluigi again? We never decided.
10 Coins says he doesn't make it.
Waluigi whispered as he placed the 10 coins on a nearby post.
You're on!
You're on! Yeah, Mario!
There, this sounds like a tiny Luigi. You're on.
Mini Luigi whispered back, placing only 8 coins on the post when Waluigi looked away. Okay, Mr. L reeled back his paddle hand until it wrapped around the back of his head. Then, in one motion, he smacked the smallest chomp with the paddle, threw it away, and began sprinting. However, Mr. L made a fatal mistake made by most during this initiation. A full-grown Chain Chomp shell is very hard and would have never noticed the strike of the paddleboard. What they do notice is their child bawling their eyes out because someone smacked his sensitive and underdeveloped shell. You think it's a bad idea to get between a mother bear and her cub? Imagine what the result is when you smack the cub with a wooden club, poured honey all over yourself, and tried to outrun his 30-ton razor-sharp-toothed mother, who had just swallowed a year's worth of Monstar energy drink. Now imagine that the analogy had any ability to explain to you the very horrifying magnitude of Mr. L's mistake, which it does not.
You guys call that an initiation? That was nothing.
Mr. L said as he approached the fence to join the rest of the group.
Look at them! They're still crowding around that crying little baby over there.
Dude, watch out for the...
Bowser's warning was cut short as Mr. L's jeans loudly ripped. His black overalls snagged on an exposed nail not fully hammered into the wood. Luckily, Mr. L's jeans were resistant enough to not fully tear away, suspending him in midair as he received a rather nasty wedgie. Thank you. Mr. L shrieked as his arms and legs flailed about. This caught the Chomp's attention. Oh gosh, how do you... Oh gosh.
Bark, bark,
Hey, who's that idiot? Asked one Chain Chomp.
bark, bark.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Replied another from the crowd. Yip, sob, yip. That's the guy. At me. Cried the weeping little Chomp.
Oh, callbacks.
Bark, bark.
It is! Barked the leader of the group.
Bark, bark.
Let's get him, shouted another member of the group.
Uh-oh. Looks like you're getting excited.
General Shy Guy said.
You're right.
Bowser commanded. The villain scrambled to a concrete trap door in the ground.
Wait! What about me?
Mr. L pleaded as the cowards ducked below the surface.
When a stampede of chain chomps is heading for you, it's every man for himself.
Wario shouted as he entered last. The ground began shaking violently as the faint barks of the oncoming wall of chain chomps grew louder. Mr. L struggled to free himself, to no avail. Every jerk he made was more painful than the last as the jeans became more and more tangled around the nail. The earthquake's intensity grew with every second. The chain chomps charged closer to their prey, the scent of steak sauce elevating their excitement. From below the concrete cover, the group of ne'er-do-wells could faintly hear Mr. L's blood-curdling screams, blended with the barks of chain chomps and the spine-chilling snaps of wooden bone. The end.
Oh, Jesus.
Violence.
That's it.
Wait, that's the end of the chapter?
No, that'd be something.
I was gonna say, because that's like, that was really short, if that was the case.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Ba,
Meanwhile.
ba, 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 ba.
Like that
Yeah.
as it fades out, and then you see a shot of Luigi's lifeless body with like discolored eyes floating in the void, and he looks off into the distance, and he sees
The
text.
Simon Belmont Smash trailer?
No, yeah, exactly. No, I was gonna say he sees a sign that says, "You can play as Blue Toad now."
Oh.
Super Toad Galaxy! Oh my god.
Terrible. Meanwhile, actually, I don't know how to pronounce this character's name. Is it Sushi or Sushi?
I would assume sushi because it's a pun on Suzy and sushi.
Yeah, sushi,
Okay, Sushi bounced along the ground to Star Hill. Her hero membership's card finally ceased its ear-splitting beeping, signaling that she had arrived at the destination point. I have no idea what Mallow's supposed to sound like. Hey guys, I think I see someone coming. Mallow shouted from the top of the spiraling hill.
Well, geez, what took you so long?
All right, yeah, I was gonna go, but you can take him.
Sable2 just carrying me through this whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see. Mocked Lackluster. Let's see. I don't know what Sushi
Here, you're two without a cloud to easily ride on.
Thank you. Sushi angrily commented the legless fish as she continued up the hill. When she finally bounced to the top, she saw many, many faces, both familiar and new.
Why are we here? I'd like to know that as well.
Vivian said softly from the corner. Well, obviously it's an emergency, Max said to the crowd. They knew not to call us. They know not to call us if they don't absolutely need us.
I
Tanner, can you do
know.
Oh, sorry, I'm doing a lot.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
I know. They've never needed to assemble all of us at once.
Bobbery shouted in his gruff voice. Well, you're... This is too many characters.
Yeah.
Well, you're
Whoa,
right.
you're right.
Yeah, I was like, okay, do I have... I'm thinking I already used like a stock kid voice that kind of sounds like the games for Bowser Jr. So I create a new voice, and then somebody already took it. You bastards not letting me have any fun.
Go ahead. Take it.
Whoa, you're right!
Goombario said as his eyes widened.
This could be big!
The crowd erupted in loud shouts, arguing what this emergency could be for. Meteor strikes, ancient curses, and zombie attacks were a few of the many theories that came up in the debate. Everyone was so involved that very few noticed a shadowed figure making his way to the summit, where they were all located.
Excuse me! Is it Mr. L?
I think,
No, it's
excuse me.
it's Sable.
Yeah, I completely forgot what voice I did because I didn't think that character came back. Excuse me.
Said the figure as he reached the top. Everyone was silenced.
I know you're wondering why you were all called here.
Well, no!
Sounds like a Muppet that smoked too much.
I was trying Gilbert Godfrey for Watt, but I can't.
No, Isaac Newton! We ain't having no sissy tea party over here!
Thank you. Bellowed Watt from the back. A moment's awkwardness took place before the shadowed figure continued.
We have a new menace facing the Mushroom Kingdom now. One that has earned himself a 2 million bounty if caught alive. 2.5 million if dead. Here's his photo. Best of luck to you all.
Wait, who are you? Max said as he picked up the rolled-up wanted poster.
A friend.
The figure replied. He then made his way down the spiral of the mountain. However, his charade was over as he tripped and rolled down the hill, with many screams coming from his now high-pitched voice. When his tumble was over, the Starbeam manager's cloak was ripped and teared to reveal the dorky apron beneath. Everyone was somewhat disappointed that he wasn't actually cool, but now was not the time for disappointment. It was the time for action.
Who is this rotten scoundrel?
Bobbery gruffed. Max slowly unrolled the wanted poster to show the profile of none other than Mr. L. Wait, isn't that Luigi?
What?
No, that wasn't Max speaking.
What? We were called here for Luigi?
I gave him my belt for this?
It's nothing. My stove's still on. Oh man, I might have lost my girlfriend.
A man.
Hold on, you guys, hold on. It might be more important than it seems.
Yeah,
What do you do? Goombella read off the wanted poster. I guess I'll handle Goombella. Suspect is wanted for the illegal cutting of the princess's hair. Everyone exploded with angry shouts and violent rants.
Luigi killed a girl in 1990!
What? Oh, what?
Like, yeah, we're all angry. Folks, we're angry on the inside, even if we aren't showing it right now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
They were
what,
all
Hannah?
stunned that they didn't know what to say, leaving a deafening silence.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm not sure who's saying this.
I assume it's Bowser.
Hey guys, I think the stampede ended.
The League of Villains was cramped in a small underground bunker, limbs entangled and faces pressed against the wall. But even so, this was much more preferable to the fate Mr. L had faced.
Well, if it's over, then let me out!
Bowser Jr. wailed. Yeah, dude, this pad is cramping my style. Like, literally, Lou shouted.
Uh-oh.
Wario said aloud. Everyone's eyes widened with fear as they felt Wario's stomach begin to bulge, which meant only one thing. Disaster.
Hurry, Dad!
Bowser struggled to move his arms.
I can't reach my keys.
The group panicked, violently squirming as they tried to place themselves nearest to the door. Bowser finally reached his keys. The Koopa King triumphantly yelled. He felt for the lock on a door as it was pitch black in the room. He tried the first key on the ring. No cigar.
I can't hold it.
Wario winced. The group began shouting louder for Bowser to open the door.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Bowser shouted nervously as his shaking hand tried the second key on the ring. It didn't even go in the lock. Bowser reached for the third. Bowser reached for the third key on the ring as the inevitable happened. Wario passed gas with such force that the 2-foot-thick concrete door of the bunker flew open after the lock melted from the pure stench of the blast. Mr. L weakly looked over as the members of the League of Villains sprinted out of the hole, screaming and clutching their noses.
I can't breathe.
General Shy Guy wailed. I'll be scrapping the inside of my nose for weeks. Wine Green.
That's nothing. You guys should smell it after the day after Geely night.
Wario commented as he walked out last.
Ugh. What is that horrible smell?
Mr. L said as the visible stench wafted over his nostrils.
Hey, he's alive!
Duplis said, a hint of sadness in his voice.
Ah, man!
Waluigi said as Mini Luigi gathered his winnings from the rubble that was once a fence post.
Right, Steve's in the club.
Bowser said.
Weren't you covered in steak sauce a second ago?
The chomps ate it clean off.
Mr. L limply replied.
Their tongues licked me everywhere for it. Everywhere.
The group collectively cringed and said, "Yeah."
Ew.
Ew.
Elsewhere, I think I'm New Mario. So you come here often? Gosh. So you come here often? Goombario asked, one eyebrow raised confidently above the other. Goombella gave a look of disgust. Let me try Valley Girl. Like, sorry kid, but I'm way out of your league. Goombella leaned well into Goombario's personal bubble to get her message across. Way out of your league. Goombario retreated to the crowd of confused and aggravated heroes. Goombella returned to her discussion with Bombette. So there's like a 2 million coin bounty on this guy?
I believe that's like what I heard.
Bombette replied. If cutting hair is the best he can do, I say we bag this guy and make ourselves an easy fortune, Goombella said.
Yeah,
Shouted Vivian, appearing from below the ground.
we could live a life of luxury for the price of one idiot.
As more overheard the excited shouts of making an easy living the easy way, more and more shouted their excitement over the opportunity. I could expand my mansion. Someone else gonna take it?
I could expand my mansion even more.
Thank you for that Southern Belle voice.
Right? That is
Lady
such a
Bow.
voice. You're good.
Yeah. I say Lady Bow. Lady Bow. Lady Bow said as she fanned herself.
I could start my next production, Beauty and the Feast.
Madame Flurry announced. my own archaeological dig for the fabled missing link between toads and mushrooms? Goombella said with excitement. All right, so we all... Oh, gosh. Oh, so we're going to do this? Cooper asked, extending his hand out, palm down.
Count me in.
Vivian said, placing her hand on top of Cooper's. Me too!
Me too.
Sushi said, adding her fin to the growing collection of hands.
Ditto.
Bombette said, placing her foot into the group's huddle. Soon, everyone had some sort of appendage inserted into the crowd, signifying their willingness to work as a team. All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3! Everyone raised their hands, fins, and feet into the air and shouted, "Let's do it!
Let's do it!
Do it.
What? Then nothing happened.
Like,
Uh,
what
what
now?
now? Heck if I know, I'm not a leader.
Me either. I usually just follow Mario around and do what he tells me.
Me too.
So did I.
Ditto.
Same here.
Everyone started to look awkwardly at one another as more and more admitted they worked from the sidelines.
So, like, I guess we go get Mario and ask him, like, what to do, right?
Oh,
Like,
that
what?
would probably be best.
Yeah, we, like, need Mario. I'm so sorry. Oh, gosh. To Mario's house, said Mario with a totally new voice. And
You
so...
know I'm saying Mario.
Okay. And so they made their trek to the home of the legendary Mario to ask for help like the herd of sheep they were. But unknown to them, things were going down back at Bowser's castle. Bowser paced determinedly in front of the whiteboard, tapping the dry erase marker against his chin. Other than underlined domination ideas scrawled on the board, the white space remained empty. He faced his colleagues.
Alright. Anyone have any ideas?
For what?
General Shy Guy asked. Bowser furrowed his brow.
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering what flavor of pie we should sell at our next bake sale when we raise funds for the orphanage.
He said in a sarcastically sweet voice. And then, in a not-so-sweet voice,
What do you think I'm asking ideas for?
Dad, remember your blood pressure.
Bowser regained his composure after many deep... breaths.
Thanks, son. So, does anyone have any thoughts?
General Shy Guy raised his hand.
I think we should sell apple pies.
Bowser popped a vein. Dupless was quick to change the subject.
I think it's important to know what advantages each of us bring to the table and devise a plan from there.
That sounds like a good start. Let's go around the table, starting with you.
Bowser said as he wrote Dupless on the board.
I can transform my appearance to anyone I come in contact with.
Dupless said boastfully.
Transformation.
Bowser scribbled as he talked aloud.
Good. Anything else?
Well, I can arbitrarily turn people into swine.
That might be useful. How do you spell that word? Arbitrarily.
You mean arbitrarily?
Yeah, that one. It starts with an R, right? You know what, forget it.
Bowser quickly moved to the next person.
How about you, Mini Luigi?
I can hypnotize small children to beg for colorful products through television. I can also mesmerize them with my cold, soulless stare.
He also knows how to swindle pretty well.
Waluigi said under his breath. Bowser stared blankly ahead of him.
Whoops! Sorry!
Mini Luigi said quickly as he broke eye contact with Bowser. Bowser blinked and shook his head violently as he came to.
Who's speaking?
Bowser, I think.
Yes.
And you, General Shy Guy?
I couldn't hear the hypnosis line, sorry.
Yeah.
Sincerest apologies.
Hypnosis. Good, good.
Bowser said as he made a new list for Mini Luigi.
And you, General Shy Guy?
If we're selling muffins at the bake sales, I have a family secret recipe for blueberry muffins that'll knock your socks off.
A loud crash was heard from inside the castle walls, and alerted the henchmen working the grounds outside. As they craned their necks back to observe the source of the crash above them, they saw shards of glass and a flailing Shy Guy wearing a general's hat fall from the sky. Bowser shortly thereafter leaned out from the newly smashed window from the tallest tower. A mixed look of fury and satisfaction plastered over his face. Thank you. After the sickening thud and crack of General Shy Guy's bones hitting the ground, jeez Louise.
Jesus!
Sorry, that was me.
Bowser spun around and returned to the now wide-eyed members of his exclusive club.
So, how about you, Mr. L?
What about me?
Mr. L said, glaring at him.
What are your evil abilities? What evil power do you wield? What is your jack of trades?
Mr. L's mustache drooped. He wasn't sure if he had any special power to offer the group, but with every eye on him, he had to think fast.
I can't believe it's not butter!
You liar!
Wario shouted immediately.
Justum Duplis.
Bowser said, crossing his arms. A nicely buttered piece of toast was shoved under Mr. L's orbicular nose. Mr. L hesitated.
You guys can't be serious, right?
Mr. L commented. Their undivided attention on his buttered toast was enough to tell Mr. L that there was no backing out now. With a shaking hand, he raised the fried bread to his quivering lips. The tension could be cut like a hot knife through butter. Substitute. Meanwhile, Mallow was the last to arrive on Mario's lawn. After much arguing, I told you soing, and frustrating fold-out map refolding, they'd arrived to the home of the famed plumber. Oh, that's Tanner's now.
Oh, Giffy's home.
Goombario said as he hopped up the porch steps of the Mario house. Smacking his forehead against the doorbell, he and the others waited impatiently for the arrival of the famous hero of the Mushroom Kingdom. No answer.
Okay, that's weird. Let me try again.
Goombario said as he repeated the painful action of ringing the doorbell. No answer.
Maybe he's not home.
Coop stated the obvious.
Then why can I see him in the window?
Shouted Vivian. She was immediately crushed as a stampede of secondary heroes raced to gleam into the window. There in the corner sat Mario, who looked to be in horrible shape. Bags under the eyes and thick stubble under the chin. And was that a single tear streak running down the side of his face?
Maybe he didn't hear me the first few times.
Said a wobbly, cross-eyed Goombario. He lurched back and then slammed his face into the doorbell harder than before. Goombario was on the ground cold before the doorbell's ring finished its last synthesized note. Mario turned away from the door.
He looks like so pathetic.
Swoon Bombette, as if she was talking about a sad puppy instead of a portly middle-aged man. Wow, dude looks pretty bummed out about something, Mac thought out loud.
I should forward that hilarious email I got about him. Now I'm Danny DeVito and not Gilbert for some reason.
Watt said to the group. Oh yeah, that blunder down under thing?
What are you guys talking about?
Asked Bobbery. Are you kidding? Pardon me. Are you kidding me? It's an overnight internet phenomenon! Shouted Mallow.
Internet?
Asked the Admiral, who spent his days on the internetless high seas. Many jaws hit the floor.
Pretty much. There are hundreds of pictures of Mario running around with his bare underpants flapping in the wind. It's friggin' hilarious.
Well, that must be absolutely humiliating for the old boy.
Bobbery said. This statement finally made it clear to everyone. Made it clear to everyone what happened to Mario's usually confident disposition. He was now the laughingstock of the entire world, and it was near impossible to erase the evidence. Cooper banged on the door. Mario! We know you're in there! We just want to talk to you!
Hey, look! He's getting up!
Watt shouted to the rest of the group. Through the window, Mario could be seen making his way slowly to the door, his sagging face stone cold. The group gathered around the door to be let in. A faint click was heard from beyond the wood.
Is he gonna let us in, or what?
Coops asked.
No, he's heading back to his seat.
Vivian reported from her post next to the window. Cooper jostled the door. Cooper jostled the doorknob. Yeah, it's locked. Maybe we should have actually tried the door first. Well, what are we supposed to do now? Bella asked. I want my 2 million coins. Whoa. Your 2 million coins? Cooper said. You mean my 2 million coins?
It was made clear to me that I would be getting the 2 million coins.
Hey, why don't we just, like, split the reward?
Among all of us?
That's gonna stretch it pretty tight.
Suddenly, hopes and dreams were shattered. Sure, there would still be plenty to be made, but not nearly as much as their dreams needed. However, Goombella had a plan. Sneaking away from the others, she snuck up to Vivian, who remained looking at Mario through the window. Hey, Vivian, Goombella whispered, under the threatening shouts of the others. Let's team up.
Team up?
Yeah, you and me. If we can catch this guy on our own, we could split the earnings between only the two of us.
Oh. I guess that makes sense.
So what do you say? You in?
I don't know. Won't that be betraying the others?
Not at all. It's not like we're an organization or anything.
When you put it that way, I don't see why not.
Vivian replied. Sweet. We'll be like the perfect duo. Me as the brains and you the brawn.
Oh, I'm actually not that good of a fighter. But I am top of the line when it comes to sneaking.
Oh, I suppose that's useful, but we'll want a little muscle to take this guy down.
Why don't we ask one of the guys to join us?
Gosh, here we go. No way. I am like sick of men. Nothing but a bunch of lying, cheating, backstabbing, idiotic, unscrupulous, primitive, dim-witted, knuckle-dragging, thoughtless, ungrateful.
Okay, I get it. But who else could we get?
Bombette is the obvious choice. She's the tough type. Oh gosh, plus she doesn't have a Y chromosome to get in the way of our plans.
I should have read this script before I started to read it. Not a fan of that, but sorry. Can we trust her?
Vivian asked with uncertainty. I have an idea, Goombella said after some thought. She walked over to Bombette. Okay, yeah, you know what, sorry, time out for a moment. Yeah, it's Common Spider. Sorry. It's, frankly, sorry.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was not expecting the Misandry to come in that quickly.
I
Or at
don't.
all.
Okay, I
Or
don't.
trans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what was put in the chat.
I feel like it fits her character because neither of these characters are supposed to be particularly smart, or at the very least, not particularly good people.
Still very. Honestly, I think I might not be wanting to continue with this project if that's how it goes.
I imagine it was just for that one line.
I mean,
I'm just now
I
hesitant. I kind of jumped in. Sorry about that.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
You don't need to apologize for anything. Like I did read all these chapters ahead of time, and I suppose I blanked on this. I'm sorry for that.
Can someone DM what this is specifically, just so I get the context?
It was
What?
that little tirade about hating men.
Oh, okay.
Oh, also the transphobic aspect of going into the chromosomal aspect of it, which,
Oh yeah.
hey, there's a lot of girls out there that have 5 chromosomes and a lot of dudes that lack it. And then not to mention, like, intersex folks where,
Yeah.
like, it's not a binary. Surprise.
I mean, this
I
was
can-
written in.
Yeah.
This was written in.
It was written in 2008. I mean, I don't think the author meant to be. I don't think they intended to be offensive, but like that's the intent and
Could have seen
Yeah.
in the future to prevent that. We just didn't know as much. We just didn't have as much knowledge about gender as a spectrum as we do now.
Yeah.
Even if we didn't, I apologize. I should have read this first, but also I know I kind of did this about. Yeah.
I mean,
it's
yeah,
fine.
yeah. I mean, the stuff we read doesn't usually have this stuff, so
Yeah, but.
Yeah, my apologies for that. The story is generally not really offensive, other than just being kind of dark comedy. Like,
Other than being like it's sadistic, I wouldn't call it offensive.
yeah,
From what I like the last chapter also kind of like there was a kind of like a joke that was a bit off color, but I think that was more like because it's like a product of its time, basically. You know,
Yeah, that's
like
Yeah,
this
but I don't
is
want to be associated with products of its time unless.
I mean, I completely understand what you mean because, like, you know, I'm in the same boat. Well, not exactly the same boat, but in a similar boat as you. And I'm not a fan of this joke either. But I also understand that I don't think this was that was that author's intent. You know, like that was
No.
the angle
Oh, I
that the
don't-
author.
I don't necessarily believe that either. It's just. It is with modern knowledge. I don't know. I'm feeling less comfortable with this now.
Then that's fine. Do
that's
we want
perfectly
to keep
fine.
Going? Do we?
Let's see. Well, I did read through the 3 chapters, and yeah, you're free to drop out after this one if you don't want to continue, because Goombella still remains and she's still a little finicky, honestly.
yeah. I feel like yeah, next time we should be a bit more careful about things like this. Because I don't want people joining in feeling uncomfortable about these topics.
Yes, apologies for just failing to vet this properly and on my part, because I did read this and it just had slipped my mind.
Well, what's done is done. So, how are you? What are we gonna go? What are we doing from here then?
Well, the chapter is nearing completion, so
Okay.
like we can, if If
Do you-
Common does not want to continue, then that's fine. But
I guess the
That's
question is, like, are there
but-
any more things like this that happen in the remaining bits of this chapter and the next one?
of this chapter, not that I can recall. Of the next one, yes, I believe so.
Oh, okay.
And like, not an excuse, but Goombell, I guess, gives a reason for her sudden out of character misandry.
Mm.
Hmm.
Oh, what am I doing?
I hope it's not too disruptive to back out, but
No, it's not.
No, you're fine.
You-
You're fine.
You're
Gotcha.
here basically at our convenience. And wait, no, you're here at your own convenience. You're here at. What am I trying to say? You're not obligated to be here, is what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
If you, yeah, I mean, if you do ever join for another one of these, we'll try to make it not like this again.
Yeah.
I am open to hoping again. Sorry for the disruption this go around.
No, it's my
You're
fault
fine.
for
You're
not,
fine.
like you.
I totally-
told you.
You're
Go
totally.
on, Eric.
No, I was just gonna say you're totally fine. Like I get like being offended by something like that.
Like I had
It's mostly just like not wanting to, or yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
What,
Thank you all very much for having me on. I would be down to tag in again.
Yeah. Well,
and,
I'll.
yeah, I hope you all have a pleasant evening.
You too.
Thank you for all you've done, and sorry
Good
again
job.
for not.
No worries. Have a pleasant evening, and good night.
See ya.
Have a good night.
Alright. Well, I guess we should just finish what we started. I guess.
All right. I hope you folks at home are enjoying this.
I mean, unironically, yeah, I do hope they're enjoying it. I've mostly been enjoying this night. It's like
I was expecting to do a lot more hamming it up as Luigi, but he's still kind of very understated and dorky in this chapter.
Mm.
you can. Luigi is just. He's like a form of matter. You can't truly change it.
No.
Yeah, I guess it's
Liquid,
just a.
liquid can change. Well, no, it's still water. It's just taking different shapes.
Exactly. Yeah, I guess before we continue, I guess I'll just have this to say, for those who want to read fan fiction for fun in a quasi-professional form, yeah, by all means do it. It's obviously, if our 40-plus episodes haven't demonstrated that, we're having fun most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't
Yeah,
keep
like-
doing this if we didn't want to be here. Like we're on
Yes.
like episode 43 or something.
Oh, this has been. There's a lot of fun memories that have come from this, and
For sure.
I'm glad to be doing it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
agree, and-
when we have like these massive, like month breaks or whatever, like I do legitimately miss doing this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, and yeah, that's. I'm glad you all enjoyed it. I'd be a bit upset if I was basically dragging you in here against your will.
No, I mean, if I didn't want to do this, I would have said by now.
Don't even. This is a no tripping zone. Don't even trip.
Okay.
Yeah, the same brawl.
Brawl. I knew you were gonna make that joke.
It's too.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
glad
too
you all.
easy.
I'm glad you all enjoyed it, and just for those who like feel compelled for whatever reason to do their own fanfic reading, so like, by all means do it. Bring your friends, have a good time. Just obviously vet your stuff and remember that obviously some stories were written not even that long ago, but society has kind of marched beyond it.
I'd recommend the main thing I'd say is I'd recommend at least one person on the show reads the story beforehand so they know what they're getting into.
Oh, Scrappy.
Oh, I did read it. I just had forgotten, and it was a blind spot on my part. That's my bad.
Mistakes can be made sometimes. That's why I always make sure to like read a full story before suggesting it for story time. But yeah.
I think in this particular case, it's also to be noted that sometimes, like, especially if you're in a part of a minority that may end up being the butt of a joke, you don't really pick up cues that are like that, even if they're like in this particular case. I think it's like not intended to be that way, but it's still sometimes a bit difficult to pick up on it. Like, I immediately saw, like, as at the moment I saw it, I was like, oh no, that's not a great line. But you know, I completely understand if that kind of like flew under somebody's radar.
Yeah, sometimes, like, some things just don't, like, it's gonna affect some people more than others, I guess.
I mean, no. If there's anything I can liken it to, I could... You know that scene in the first Spider-Man movie where he's having the cage match with Bonesaw, and he says,
Yeah.
"That's a nice outfit, did your husband get it for you?" I would liken it to that, where I can't get upset at a movie that came out in 2001 for not being as socially conscious, for not living up to the social standards of today.
Right.
Yeah, I would say it's also possible to condemn like certain elements of a piece of media and still enjoy it.
Oh yeah.
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 Yes, I enjoy the story for the most part. I don't agree with everything in it, but I do enjoy most of it.
I enjoyed the basic premise and most of the stuff that goes on.
Yes, and well, it's not to excuse it, but it is of its time, and that might not be a deal breaker for everyone, but it can kind of dampen the quality for other people. So
yeah,
that's
the I suppose that's the takeaway from this.
Pretty much, yeah.
And yeah, maybe should have stopped myself mid-read, but yeah.
Well, we can't do anything about it now. What's done is done.
Okay, and yeah, I suppose now to try and segue back into the rest of the chapter, and if everyone's still up for it, I guess we can read the next one.
I feel like we may as well, like, this is the last chapter after this, so I feel we may as well just finish this.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. I have an idea, Goombella said after some thought. She walked over to Bombette. Hey, did you see that meteor last night?
Was it like Purple Stripe and Chasing the Green Goblin?
Bombette replied without hesitation. Only have to cross the border to La La Land wearing a mustard-stained dress, Goombella replied. There was a moment's silence before they both screamed, Sister!
Sister! You two are sisters?
Vivian asked, somewhat weirded out by the earlier conversation. And not biological sisters. We're members of the Sisterhood of the Ponytail, Goombella explained. Goombella then spun her ponytail around and slammed hers against Bombette's in a high-five fashion. That was a secret handshake.
Like, pretend to, like, you didn't see that.
Bombette said quickly.
So what are you two, like, up to?
Goombella whispered the plan to Bombette, whose grin got wider as the plan was explained. With a nod, the alliance was formed. They left the porch in search of Mr. L and her 2 million coins.
Wait, hold on. Bombette doesn't have a mouth. How can she grin?
Her eyelids actually have teeth. It's fucking terrifying.
Oh, okay.
I don't know,
Fair
pretend her... Does she have a fuse? Because I don't think she does.
She does have a fuse, yes.
Okay, well, pretend the fuse is serving as her smile.
Okay.
Even that would just take a U-shape, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Let's see. Bobbery, however, took note of their leave.
Oi. Where are those 2 scallywags headed off to?
I overheard them talking about an alliance or something, Cooper said, emerging from the crowd.
Alliance?
Bobbery asked. Yeah, they were, talking about how if they got this Mr. L guy, then they'd only have to split it amongst themselves.
Aye, that be mighty fine thinking.
Bobbery said to himself. Perhaps
Perhaps we
sorry.
should make our own crew. Only the most burly and strongest man may join our ranks.
Sounds good to me, Cooper said. What are you two yapping about here? Max said. Cooper and Bobbery slowly faced one another, silently agreeing to let Mac into their exclusive crew. Soon, after some discussion, the alliance of Bobbery, Cooper, and Mac set off to the distance. Coops noticed the second group of three leave with a haste, and was easily able to put two and two together. He knew he wasn't nearly the type to take evil down on his own, so began scanning the crowd for possible alliance members. In the corner, he saw Lackluster, clearly the street thug type, the kind of muscle that would provide protection while he played from the sidelines. Coops puffed up his jacket to make himself more street. He slouched, strutted over to Lackluster, and put on his game face. Oh gosh.
Oh no.
Yo, G-Dog, you illin' in this jank? Coops said, crossing his arms in a street pose. Lackluster responded, eager that he had managed to pull off the look of a straight-up gangsta.
You know, BD boy.
Oh gosh. Coops responded with word. These poor saps, both believing that they could seriously be taken as gang thugs, discussed their plan of operation through the persistently annoying, and I am quoting from the story directly, wanksta slang. Let's see. Yo, that chill be tight, dog, Coop said.
Word to your brother from another mother.
I hate this.
Yeah, this...
Lackluster responded. Speaking of brothers, what they call you in the hood to Coop's ass? Lackluster had long since prepared his answer for this question.
Bike.
Coops inwardly freaked out about how frickin' awesome his partner's name was. Surely he needed to have a streeter name than Coops, than if he was really going to impress this guy. Coops acted fast. They call me, Skull Crusher. Skull for short. Lackluster was odd as such a gangsta name.
Cool beans, Skillet Biscuit.
This hurts me. Lackluster said, slight jealousy in his voice. At this time...
This is how Logan Paul has internalized conversations with himself.
Oh dear. At this time, Goombario regained consciousness.
What happened?
Asked the cat Goomba. Nothing. Just scraping a few greenbacks for kicks. Coops responded. Goombario stared blankly back at him.
What?
Lackluster sighed.
We're planning on getting the guy and raking in a large chunk of the cash.
Coops turned to him. Hey, don't be dishing out our secret plans, homie.
We might need Bookworm over here if we're going to do this thing.
I don't know, G. I don't think Little Nerdy's street enough to be in this club. Coops said as he paced around a confused Goomba. How do we know you're street enough? Goombario turned his hat sideways. You're
in!
Lackluster and Coops shouted in unison, ostensibly. Mallow came bounding up to the group. Hey, can I join your club? I want to be cool too, please? Coops scoffed. Please, kid, you're not nearly cool enough.
Yeah, listen to my main man over here.
Lackluster said.
Unless you're cruising for a bruising.
A Watt floated over.
Yeah, only cool guys like me can get in.
It's such a such a voice. And I'm
Wrong,
trying
Twinkle.
just the impression.
Yeah. Wrong, Twinkles. You can't get in neither.
Lackluster said, promptly giving him the hand.
Why not? And I'm not even a twink. I'm a cloud.
No, Mal is a cloud. Watt's like a light bulb.
What is yeah, it's like a spark, like
A
the
little sparky.
yeah.
Why not Watt Wind? All you can do is light up dim areas, stated Coops.
Oh, so useful.
Lackluster mocked.
Next time we need a light bulb replaced, we'll be sure to call you.
Lackluster's mockery was rewarded with a low 5 from Coops. What's your power, huh? Coops continued, pointing his direction towards Mallow. I can make it cry. Excuse me. I can make it rain when I cry. Loser! Excuse me. Coops shouted, an extended thumb and pointer finger extended to fashion an L and placed on his forehead for added effect. You guys suck.
But you hit the weights and lose a few $100, fatty.
Lackluster said before leaving him, Watt, and the rest of the unwanted in Mario's porch. Coops and Gumbario left with Lackluster. From inside the house, Mario watched as a sudden rain began pounding against his window pane. Although it was sunny and cloudless moments before, in the distant background, the beep of his hero's membership card called for his assistance. A call Mario wasn't going to answer anytime soon. And that is the end of Chapter 17. Well, before we resume, I'd just like to congratulate all of you for carrying this excellent vocal range from all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel like during the first half I was faltering and really uncertain in my deliveries, but I feel like I found footing. I found my footing here eventually.
Yeah, the start is always the roughest because you have to get into it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
So I just kind of know. I don't. Has Nova said anything during all this?
No, I'm sorry if we cut you off.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't know if he wanted to do anything. Or what.
That depends on when we're gonna continue.
I think we are going to continue, and yeah, you handed off Peach to Sail for tonight, and yeah, I'm not sure. There are a few incidental characters that you could voice if you want to, like one of the Toad guards, and there's a few others.
All right. Yeah.
You could take over Bowser if you want.
I'm actually curious about that. I don't know. I think Nova's maybe. He could.
You're naturally baritone, man.
Yeah. No. And I'm feeling good enough to where I feel like I can stretch my voice more.
Oh. Yeah, apologies for... Yeah, apologies first of all for just seeming kind of stumbling over lines more than usual. I think I mentioned this last episode, but yeah, I moved recently and I've just been kind of unpacking and cleaning past several days.
I'll be honest, I was pretty nervous for this first half. I don't really know why.
Maybe it's because we had more people than usual.
I don't know. No, I think it's just social anxiety, social anxiety.
Yeah,
sometimes.
yeah, that's kind of why, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh,
Are we gonna make this the first official story we finish on this show? I think, if I'm not mistaken, anyway.
we finished Erica.
I mean, that's true, but there is a sequel story, so I mean that's half correct.
I mean, even if we finish Chapter 18, that's not the actual end of the story.
Is there
The end of this arc.
And Chapter 18, from the looks of it, is pretty long.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
get to it.
Well, best to start now, I guess.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. This is,
Can we take just 1 minute for me to take a water break real quick?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Of course.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Well, for those of you watching at home, this is the chapter where the Whimsilla's editor makes a cameo appearance, and gosh, I wish I had an editor for my fanfiction.
That does sound good, yeah.
Good do it, man. I'd love to tell you everything you do wrong. That'd be really, that'd be
You-
fun.
You do that on air already, so
Exactly.
Nice.
Exactly. So I'm qualified. I already have references for my resume.
yeah, like this guy's an asshole. Signed Scrappy, trying to get this guy employed by Scrappy.
Yeah. Nice.
Nova proofread one chapter I did, and it was thank you. That was great. Main reason I don't ask you guys again is because, well, you read on air, and I like to a degree, I like to pull the rug out from you with my stories.
Oh, and you do.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to your story just to see what happens. All I remember, well, not all I remember, but like, one of the things I remember is just you getting abducted by aliens or something.
I'm really excited to see how you guys react to the fic that we are potentially writing together. Well, we're gonna be writing it together. We just have to fucking find out when. Because first of all, it's dumb, you know, as opposed to the Criterion level, to the Pulitzer
Stuff
level.
we've written before.
Yeah, the Criterion. I know. I just realized that Pulitzer makes more sense than Criterion. Wait, no, that's journalism.
Let's see, Newberry, I guess.
Newberry, your stuff we usually read.
Like, I'm looking forward to it. I'm like juggling like 5 different things in regards to like story reading it. Ah dear. Oh dear is my catch. It's one of several catchphrases I have on the show. Put it on a t-shirt.
Oh dear.
Yes. That's because Scrappy in all but name is a panicked Southern belle on the verge of a heart attack.
Oh my god.
It feels like that some days.
Oh dear!
Oh dear.
Alright, I'm back. I'm also
Hello.
hoping that Harry is gonna be the person to voice the editor, because that would be like
Oh.
the most appropriate. just read it off, you know? It's like
Yeah, that would actually be interesting. Like the handful of times we've dragged Harry into the proverbial recording booth have always been interesting.
I haven't, yeah, what have I done? I voiced Ren in Toy Mecha Ascent like once.
Like, you said nya, no, you said like nya like 3 times once. Oh jeez. You voiced Kylo Ren for
Oh,
Duel of the
right.
Fates.
Tell me about the droid.
I think that was it.
I voiced the Emperor in that.
I think that was it actually.
Yeah, I think that's what
yeah.
I've done.
If one of my other planned stories ever comes to fruition, I'd probably dragging you into something, because that's going to be a big character fest as well, and I'm not sure how it would be read on air, because as you can tell from these chapters, it's kind of difficult to assign roles and switch off.
It's almost like we should be doing that before we start.
Well, I mean, I did actually delegate I did try and delegate roles before we started, but then no one volunteered for the rest.
Yeah.
Common said what roles she'd take, but no one else did. Staple just kind of mentioned that he'd jump in, ad-lib as necessary, which
Yeah,
he
I mean,
did, thank you.
I'm pretty much like just the recording guy. I don't usually actually voice in these.
yeah, that's why I think that Harry voicing the editor self-insert or like cameo insert would be funny.
I
Just
mean, it
because of
would, yeah. I mean, I can if you want. I don't know how many lines they have, but
Like, I think 5 lines total.
yeah, that's fine.
Like they come, like it's spread out throughout the story, so you'd have to actually like look and you have to pay attention.
Fair enough. Okay, let me get the thing up then. Oh, there's still more chapters after this? I thought this was the end.
I told you it was the climax of the story, not the finale.
Oh my god, so we still got more after this? Oh my god.
Bro, you said climax.
I
Yes,
guess
yeah, the
this...
narrative device.
Yeah. Well, Alright then. Okay, I'll try to like keep an eye on it. I'm so used to Archive of Our Own at this point. I'm not used to fanfic.net.
It has a better layout than fanfic.net.
Yeah, that's why I like
Orders, because here it's all just like white text from left to right, and
yeah.
the red borders, the borders around the text in Archive of Our Own make it more visually appealing.
Yeah, Archive. Yeah.
More visually, more not necessarily appealing, more visually, less of an eye strain.
Yeah. It's easier to look at.
By the way, do you like listening to a podcast where 3 of the hosts know English?
Jeez.
Do you like listening to a podcast where 3 of the hosts can't speak English?
Yeah.
You can change the background color of stuff on fanfiction.net. It's the white.
Yeah, I mean, the layout is fine enough, but like when you read on AO3 for so long, it's just so much worse. Well, not so much worse, but I don't like it as much as that. It's also just easier to find things, but you know.
Well, you play with the hand you're dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I had to read on fanfic.net as well because there's no AO3 equivalent.
So this is chapter 18 of the L stands for loser, greed, betrayal, and biscottis. Chapter names have always been they're descriptive of stuff that happens, but they're very weird regardless.
They're descriptive, but they always choose random details. It's good.
I mean, in the case of Hoagie beatings, it also was the highlight.
It was.
That was the highlight. Let's see. There's a lot of random messed up stuff in the story as a whole, but this little trilogy specifically. Let's see. So anyway, chapter 18. Bowser tapped his chin. After hours of intensive debate, the whiteboard was filled with notes and illustrations of what could be their best and most elaborate plan yet. The members of the table waited silently, the back of their leader's chair staring them in the face. Bowser's eyes moved slowly across the board, trying to spot any major flaw in the plan.
Perfect. There's simply no other word for this plan.
Bowser said flatly. He spun his chair around to look his counterparts in the face.
Do you guys know what to do?
They all nodded. Bowser motioned for General Shy Guy to join him in the control room, as the others left the room. The last one to leave wore a green hat and a devilish grin spread across his face. Everyone know the plan? Mac asked the other two. He, Cooper, and Bobbery waited in hiding among the thick forest of Bowser's castle.
I thought we were just going to tackle the guy.
Let's see, Bobbery said. Yep, plain and simple, Cooper stated. He was immediately shushed by Mac, who spotted the green garb traitor leaving the gates of the castle. They crouched lower, not drawing their eyes away from the target. Mac whispered to his crew. Around 3. 1, 2, 3! Banzai! Cooper screamed as he leapt out from behind a rock. He missed the target by a good 3 feet and face planted on the ground. Mr. L took the warning and immediately started backtracking. Cooper, you klutz! Mac screamed as he gave chase to Luigi. Bobbery rolled his eyes and began running after the pursuer. Mac was quickly out of sight as Bobbery's legless waddling and old age kept him from sprinting. A loud yelp from Mac emitted from the path ahead, which made Bobbery quicken his pace. But when he finally caught up to a panting Mac, nothing seemed wrong.
You're right, laddie?
Bobbery asked. Oh yeah, everything's fine. He just got away before I could catch him. Mac stuttered.
Well, what in blimey was that yelp about?
I tripped, Max said, motioning towards the large nose print in the soft dirt of the forest.
Boy, that blasted Cooper ruined everything. Well, no sense in weeping over spilt milk.
Bobbery said, turning around.
When I get me hands on that idiot,
Bobbery was suddenly grabbed from behind by Mac, who put his hand over Bobbery's mouth to quiet his screaming. Bobbery struggled to break free, but Mac held him in place, covering his only means of breathing.
Can I ask a quick question? And maybe this is like my ADHD deleted part of it. Why are they trying to tackle Luigi again?
Luigi.
They want to capture him for the
money. Right.
The money, yeah, the bounty.
Yeah, they're after Mr. L specifically, not Luigi.
So I was understanding what was going on. Okay.
Yes. So this chapter does get a little confusing at points. I was definitely kind of getting my eyes knocked around while reading it at points. You'll see what I mean. Bobbery struggled to break free, but Mac held him in place, covering his only means of breathing. I'm not even gonna get into that. Bobbery kicked, but Mac determinedly kept choking him. Bobbery's eyelids fluttered as they tried to stay open, but it was no use. A lightheaded feeling washed over him as lights danced in front of his eyes. Finally, he went limp, his eyes closed. Mac placed him on the ground without another word and began walking to Bowser's castle. And Harry, I think this is where you come in.
Okay, let's see here.
Actually, I think it's the next line that is Shigal.
Oh,
From the.
Actually, I don't think Shigal herself actually shows up, but someone's talking to her.
Yeah. But like I think the second one is.
What was the last thing that was said?
Began walking to Bowser's castle.
Oh yeah, she's on the phone. Okay, yeah, all right. So it's technically not Harry's time yet, is it?
No, I just remembered. I don't think
okay.
I don't think Shigal 92 ever actually shows up, so to speak, but someone is clearly talking to her and name dropping her.
All right.
So I guess that was the extent of her cameo. So, yeah, I mean, since Harry's here, he still has to do the voice, though.
So the line right below that.
So she's all like,
whatever, and I'm like, whatever back.
one guard toad continued to ramble on. What did I say that sounded remotely like I care about your life? Replied the other toad guard, sharing the same lookout post.
Then I'm like, talk to the hand girl, so then she...
No, seriously. Stop talking to me.
I know, right? Then she has the nerve to just walk out like she's the queen of everything ever.
La 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 la, I can't hear you, la 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 la.
Am I supposed to be saying this one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hold on, Cheagle. Some people are being rude.
The rambling toad lowered his cell phone and turned to the guard next to him.
Yes?
Nothing, said the now embarrassed toad guard. The rambling toad continued her conversation.
So yeah, what were we talking about? OMG, I know, right? He is such a loser. Remember last week when he shoved that pencil up his... Hold on. These two losers just showed up.
The toad lowered her cell... They changed the gender of the guard. The toad lowered her cell phone and directed her attention... to the postal workers waiting for her response.
What?
However, they were not postal workers, but under their jagged and ungroomed facial hair, they grinned widely, relieved the Toads had failed to see through their disguises.
We're here to deliver the...
Mary.
Oh,
I think that's the Wario's.
yeah.
Wario.
Okay.
We're here to deliver the princess this very important package.
The more portly of the two answered.
What's the package?
The taller and lankier one piped up from behind a large box.
Hair care products?
Well, it's about time you guys got here.
Said the Toad Guard as he changed the genders. Oh gosh.
I'm
the
getting
Toad
so
Guard-
confused.
Yeah.
I think this is the guard who was talking on the phone, but they keep calling. I don't know. Said the Toad Guard as they opened the front entrance.
Just because the princess refuses to pay her subscription fees does not give you the right to cut off her cosmetic products.
The other Toad cringed. You have not seen horror. After you accidentally bump into the princess during her morning preparations.
Especially with that stupid haircut of hers.
The other Toad added as the two postal fakers ducked into the main lobby of the castle. Once they had made their way up the stairs to the highest room in the castle, they knocked on the grand door of the princess's private quarters.
There.
One more time, Sable.
Who's there?
Thank you. Sounded the overly sweet voice from behind the large pink double doors.
We're here from the cosmetics factory with your delivery.
Squeaked the purple-clad imposter, failing miserably to disguise his nasally voice. A giddy squeal shrieked from behind the door.
Well, get in here.
The box was heaved through the door to the beaming, paper sack-headed princess.
Finally! You guys don't know how much frizz this paper bag is causing me. I hope you brought me the new strawberry-scented shampoo.
She opened the door to see the lone item inside. Her gaze became blank and her jaw became slack.
Well, it's not even scented per se.
Said Wario as he slipped out of his disguise.
It's not even shampoo!
While Luigi added as he quietly closed and locked the only entrance to Peach's room.
But we're sure you won't be able to keep your mind off it.
Wario joked as he lifted Mini Luigi from his box. Peach lifted her head, her blank eyes never leaving the hypnotizing stare of Mini Luigi's.
Oh no.
Any sign yet, Kumbella?
Crackled the walkie-talkie. Goombella lowered her binoculars and picked up the walkie-talkie. Vivian, we sat literally 3 seconds ago. Of course there hasn't been any sign yet.
What if he's not coming out, though?
Responded the walkie-talkie. He has to come out sooner or later. Goombella responded as she refocused her binoculars on the front entrance of Bowser's castle. From a far-off cliff, Goombella had a clear view of Bowser's main headquarters, where sights of Mr. L had been reported. Stationed in the forest outside of the entrance remained Vivian and Bombette, prepared for a surprise attack at Goombella's order when Mr. L was spotted.
What if he already left the castle, though?
Vivian asked.
And he's not coming back?
Well, we could have set up sooner if somebody didn't have to stop and make us wait a good half of an hour in line while she... good half of an hour in line while she got her double shot. What?
Like, oh no, you didn't!
The walkie-talkie crackled back. Bombette's rough voice was easily discernible from Vivian's soft and quiet demeanor.
If I, don't get my daily latte, I'm irritable all day.
As opposed to... Goombella responded. She smiled to herself as the walkie-talkie exploded with angry shouts.
Hey, you think I'm cranky now? How about, you calm down and say that to my, face, little Miss Morning person, and I'll show your pretty little face what irritable is.
quiet, Bombat. Somebody's coming down the road.
Vivian said urgently as she sank below the ground. Bombette saw a figure racing down the road and dives behind a large boulder off to the side of the road. All three felt their hearts beat faster with anticipation. Goombella tried to get a visual through the thick canopy of the evergreens, but it was to little avail. I think I see some moving green. Over. Goombella whispered as softly as she could into the walkie-talkie. There was no response. Come in, Vivian. Over. Another long silence met Goombella. Had she blown their cover? Goombella must have revealed their hiding spot. Mr. L could have the upper hand now that they Mr. L could have the upper hand now that they were vulnerable. If she hadn't been so foolish to call them when they were hiding, they could have made it out of there. It was all her fault. She was the one to blame. She couldn't return to the kingdom, being responsible for the death of 2 innocent lives. Obviously, she had to flee the country. Yeah, that's it. Start over. With a clean slate. She could change her name to Natasha and hide in her new identity as a force in the unknown parts of the Bean Kingdom. Every day learning to keep her secret away from those she had to leave. Until one fateful day when an old friend would stumble into a shop, his chiseled physique and handsome smile gleaming in the sun. Sure, it'll start out innocently enough, but as time went on, they would both fall deeper into love with one another, their passion growing. The only thing keeping them apart would be the dangerous love triangle between them and his preponderant girlfriend. But in the end, it will be true love that will...
Okay, he's gone.
The walkie-talkie blared. Goombella's thoughts came crashing back to Earth. Oh, that's cool, I guess. Goombella said with slight disappointment in her voice. Was it Mr. L?
No, I think it was Mac.
Vivian responded. Goombella confirmed the report through her binoculars. Yeah, it's Mac. No, he doesn't look quite right.
He seems kinda out of breath.
Vivian commented to the walkie-talkie in her hand. The communication device answered back. What does that idiot think he's doing?
Hey, what is he doing?
Vivian asked to hold box in her hand. Yeah, here we go. He's just prancing in there like he's going to storm in and kick butt. And it's so like a man, always charging in and doing things instead of thinking their actions through. Men are so thoughtless.
Did you have a rough breakup recently?
Vivian hesitantly asked. I don't like to talk about it. And for the record, I broke up with him.
Yeah, right.
Bombette mocked.
Wait, I thought Mac was the one with the blue Koopa and the guy who didn't have internet.
Vivian pondered aloud. The walkie-talkie scoffed. Oh gosh, okay. He probably assumed he could do it himself. I'm getting so sick of that alpha male junk. Ooh, look at me. I'm some attention-begging, testosterone-driven idiot trying to show off to everyone because I think they give a care if I can bench press more than I'll ever need to lift. If women rule the world, this place wouldn't be as screwed over as it is. Economic crisis, global warming, rancid deodorant, all caused by men. Are we reading Darker Knight again?
Yeah, this is a reincarnation of Bat Cousin.
Oh gosh.
Come on, Gumbella. Men are good for a few things.
Vivian retorted. Gosh. Yeah, like populating Saturn, Goombella ranted on. Wait, hold on, something's happening. Goombella appeared through the binoculars to the entrance of Bowser's castle. Mr. L is coming back out. Mr. L has left the building. Vivian sank below the ground. Bombette resumed her position behind the boulder. The aggravated mumbling became more audible with each step he drew closer.
Am I on?
It's you.
I lost my place.
The aggravated mumbling became more audible with each step as he drew closer.
It's the line before the old caps now. Starting with dang it all.
Oh, okay. Dang it all!
Now I'm behind schedule thanks to those bumbling idiots. Hopefully the others are running as late as me.
Mr. L said through gritted teeth. Now! Shouted Goombella's voice, distorted by the static of the walkie-talkie. Vivian shot from the ground and grabbed Mr. L from behind. Bombette lit the fuse as Mr. L struggled against Vivian's tight grasp. Bombette exploded, propelling her hiding boulder through the air and straight to the struggling duo. At the last possible second, Vivian dodged the boulder, keeping Mr. L in place as the large rock smacked him across the forehead,
Jesus.
knocking him to the ground cold.
Like, booyah!
Oh my gosh, Bombette shouted.
Success!
Vivian yelled into the walkie-talkie. Oh gosh. Ah yeah, that's how girls get it done.
Oh, God. I felt a little of me die hearing that.
What?
That's how girls get it done.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just such a... Alright, so we've gotten our girl boss. Now we need Gaslight and Gatekeep, and we're complete.
Girl boss, gaslight, and gatekeep. Sounds like some really messed up Dungeons and Dragon parody. Let's see. Goombella sounded off. Now let's bag him and reap our rewards. Vivian pulled out a burlap sack and, with some assistance from Bombette, stuffed Mr. L inside. Dragging the heavy sack over her shoulder, Vivian and Bombette made their way through the forest. Nobody want to handle this random one-shot? Actually, no, I'll handle it.
I can do it.
Okay.
My life is a constant vortex of pain and torture. Ever since the disfiguring incident, I've lost my job, my girlfriend, all of my money on failed surgery, and every one of my friends who didn't die in the horrible accident. The only emotion I've felt for the past 6 years is constant depression.
Oh, that's an Oprah Winfrey. parody.
Yeah. Remember, this was written in 2008.
Yeah. Anybody want to do it, or should I?
Nova, how you feeling about this?
Yeah. I'm okay.
Nova, this is just every conversation I've had with you. You should be able to do this.
Yeah. Alright, so... Alright, so my line? Alright.
I see the line.
I couldn't hear you, what?
Pardon me, I see is the line.
Okay. I see.
Coopra Coopfree said as she slowly shook her head.
And how does that make you feel?
Depressed.
I see. Well, that's all the time we have for now. But after the break, we'll learn more about how this ugly creature lost his good looks and reputation after one life-altering mistake we will force him to relive. Oh, God.
This story is dark as hell.
The Coop Free Show will be back after a word from our sponsors.
The television blared. Mario shoveled another scoop of Rocky Road in his whimpering mouth. That's a mood. Ever since the underpants...
Did it.
Yeah.
Ever since the underpants episode, Mario now spent his days moping around the house, feeling sorry for himself. Not even Coopra Coopfree made him feel better. Not even ice cream helped. He blew his nose and threw the handkerchief onto the pile. He reached for another hanky, but his hand landed on an empty box. Mario looked down to see if there were any more hiding in the box, but his eyes instead glanced at his hero's membership card. Mario had snapped it in half to make its irritable beeping end, but now that he looked at the shattered pieces, he felt more that it was a physical representation of himself. He had broken his duty as a hero, and his status was shattered. Mario looked away from the broken card to the opposite wall. There was a lone picture of Luigi, what his brother used to be. In the photo, Luigi's brimming smile showed a boyish cheer, an innocent sense of pride. His eyes were bright and hopeful, and that was one mighty fine stash he was sporting. Mario began thinking about his brother. He was the klutz, the forgotten one. He was the laughingstock of the kingdom almost always, and always hid in the shadow of his brave big brother. Mario often looked down on Luigi as the kid brother, a childish fool who never got anything right. Boy, has that changed.
I think that's your
Yeah.
sad person.
I'm not sure I want to do this anymore.
Sounded. Not sure I want to do this show anymore. Sounded out the television guest, regaining Mario's attention.
I thought this would help me, but it's all just made it worse.
Now.
Super said as she patted her guest's knee.
I do have some good news.
Yeah?
Everyone in the audience, look under your seat. There are keys to your new cars.
Cooper announced to much applause and cheers. The guest kept looking under his seat.
Hey, where are my keys?
You don't get a car, silly. You're the guest.
Cooper said with a fake smile. The guest loudly sobbed. Mario couldn't keep his mind off of his little brother, however. He always ignored his brother, and now he was off doing who knew what. And it was his fault. Maybe if he had paid more attention to his brother's needs, then he wouldn't have gone off and turned to the dark side. He still had the moment his brother announced traitorous plans over breakfast included his butt to a chair replaying in his mind. Wait. Mr. L glued Mario's butt to the chair, then the chair ripped his pants off. So it's Mr. L's fault this even happened in the first place. Mario felt a new kind of fury in him, and for the first time in what felt like ages, Mario got off the couch and headed for the door. However, there was a large obstacle preventing him from doing so. A large mountain of snotty hankies. Really snotty hankies. Gross snotty hankies. Mario slowly reached out his hand for one such hanky and slowly removed it as his grossometer in his mind went off the charts. This was going to take quite a while. Mario furrowed his brow. He was certain that he had passed the same tree in the Forever Forest 5 times already. The only thing more frustrating than being lost in these endless woods was being stuck in these endless woods with 2 posers.
Side note, I don't know why I suddenly started voicing Lackluster like a Brooklyn kind of dude, but here we go. Me? Well, I got a Hummer pimped out with some sweet spinners.
Lackluster stated.
With surround sound bass.
Oh my gosh. I hear you, dog. I don't touch the steering wheel of any car without hydraulics or neon. Luke replied. Mario spun around.
Hummer, Spot came to your Kingdom's Got Talent finale party last month, and you had a freaking Subaru in your driveway, and it was hybrid.
Lackluster thought quickly.
Oh, yeah, I carjacked that piece of junk and sold it for spare parts.
Oops' eyes were filled with a mix of admiration and jealousy. With a roll of his own eyes, Goombario studied the features of the forest around him.
I think we take the route closest to the mushrooms growing out of the ground.
Following the backwards capped Goomba. Now it's backwards capped, it was sideways before. Following the backwards capped Goomba, the 2 wannabes discussed more about their non-existent rides.
You pumped through your speakers, Skull Crusher.
Lackluster asked.
Skull Crusher?
Coop stared blankly. Oh! That's my name. Yeah, I usually listen to Third Triclide Blind. Lackluster did a double take. Coops realized his mistake. I mean, I never listen to Third Triclide Blind. Your music sucks. Coop Dog all the way for this, homie.
Totally.
Lackluster agreed, inwardly wishing he could reveal his love of Limp Bizkit.
I love that the others have parody names, and then Limp Bizkit is just Limp Bizkit.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Because Fred Durst is clearly not from this world already.
Yep.
Hey! Hey! Can I get some light?
It's, hey, I see some light.
Hey! Hey! I see some light!
Goombario shouted eagerly. Look away! He bounded for the opening between the trees and kissed the sweet ground once he arrived back at the clearing in Toad Town.
Freedom!
Finally! Whose idea was it to go into those woods anyways? Koops asked. Goombario glared at him.
You said you saw Mr. L in there!
No, I said I saw a moving object that in the right light might appear to be Mr. L vomiting violently into an espresso machine whilst playing a xylophone in the shower.
Which you insisted that we chased for the past 2.5 hours! And what did it turn out to be when we finally found your mysterious blob?
Butterfly. Koops weakly admitted.
Seriously, how did we confuse the two?
Before Koops could loudly defend himself, slight murmuring was heard in the forest.
Quick, hide!
Lackluster shouted as he pointed to a nearby shed. The Goomba, Koopa, and Lakitu dove into the shed just as Vivian and Bombette emerged from the forest.
I still can't believe we backed him so easily.
Vivian excitedly said, dragging the squirming burlap sack behind her. Bombette paused for a moment before responding.
Let's say, ditch the Goomba.
Vivian was taken aback.
What? How could you say that? Well, I think about it. We did like all the work while Miss Prissy just like sat there and watched. And if like the two of us just turn him in, it's like $1 million each. Just like think about it. But we made a promise.
Vivian fought back.
Oh, come on.
Bombette shouted.
You didn't mind like leaving the others for more cash. What difference does like Campillo like make? Because I wasn't betraying anyone then. I made a promise to Gumbella and so did you. And all of this was her idea, so I think she should get some of the reward. Look, I'm not letting, like, anyone get in the way of my dreams. Like, if you're not going to do this with me, then I'm, like, just going to have to take you out.
You're really laying on that verbal tick thick, my dude.
Yeah, and I, like it. Bombette threatened.
Well, I have a promise to keep.
Vivian retorted.
Besides, it's clear that you'd betray me like the others, even if it did agree with you. Is that how it's going to be?
Bombette said.
Like, fine then. It was like nice knowing you.
Bombette lunged at Vivian, tackling her to the ground. Cat! Gosh, I can't scream anymore. Cat boy! Oops, shouted from the shed. This would have blown their cover if Vivian and Bombette weren't so engrossed in the heat of the battle.
Whoa! Look at him go!
Goombario stated blankly.
What are they fighting about?
I think that's Gumbari, like, coming to a realization.
Whatever's in that sack, I guess. Must be pretty important if they're giving $1 million each for it.
Goombario couldn't believe it took him this long to piece it together.
Mr. L's in that sack!
He is? Poop said, shocked. Ha! I told you he was in the woods.
Dude, we should totally take that sack for ourselves.
Lackluster said to the others.
Too bad I got my pistol confiscated, otherwise I'd pop a cap into both of them.
He lied. Please, I could kill the both of them with Oh my gosh, stupid. I could kill both of them with a single bullet. No gun, Coop said.
Why don't we just go up and take it?
Mario asked.
You know, instead of getting arrested.
Think they'd notice if we just went up and took it.
Lackluster said. I don't know how you voices the good luck.
Hey, stop pulling my hair, you're like, boop, 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 boop.
Bombette shouted.
That was totally uncalled for.
Vivian grunted between the blows to her kidney.
I'm pretty sure they're preoccupied. At the moment.
Goombario said dryly. He nudged Coops out of the shed. Coops slowly tiptoed to the burlap sack. More and more shrieking was heard in the struggle, and Coops gently placed his hand on the squirming bag. He took a glance back to the shed. Goombario and Lackluster gave him an encouraging thumbs up. With a heavy sigh and a deep gulp, Coops grabbed the rope with both hands and sprinted for the shed, not looking back. He dove into the shed. I got it, guys! Coops said triumphantly as he hoisted the end of the rope high into the air. Yo, where'd the bag go? The bag still remained on the grass, now completely opened. Mr. L poked his head out, confused as to what happened. After a quick scan of his surroundings, he hightailed it out of there.
Hey, no biting! No biting!
Bombette shouted. Without warning, Vivian tackled her to the ground.
Any last words?
Vivian asked as she held the pink bomb to the dirt. Bombette glanced to the side.
Look, like over there. Oh yeah, like I would fall for that one.
Vivian said.
No, look, he's like getting away.
Bombette urged. Vivian took a look just in time to see Mr. L disappear around the corner of a nearby house.
How did he escape?
Asked an exasperated Vivian. Her eyes followed the rope leading from the deflated sack on the ground to the shed. Bombette quietly motioned for her to sneak to the shed's door. Tiptoeing to the shack, they heard Goombario's hushed anger.
Only you could possibly screw up getting a freaking bag!
Goombario hissed loudly to his incompetent partner. Yeah, well, at least I have arms to screw up grabbing with. Oops retorted as he flailed his aforementioned appendages. Lackluster held Goombario back.
You say that again, you dirty little punk! I dare you! I double dog dare you!
Goombario growled under his breath as he tried to squirm out of Lackluster's grasp. Besides, Coops continued, how are they even gonna find out it was us? His answer came in the form of a severe rope burn as Vivian yanked the rope out of his hands. All remained silent, except for Coops, who rolled on the floor of the shed howling in pain. Bombette broke the silence.
Like, you guys just found yourselves in, like, a new world of pain.
Cooper moaned. Shielding his eyes from the blinding light of the sun, he lifted himself off the ground, dazed and confused about what had happened. He looked at his feet. The indent on the ground and the shape of his face brought the prior events flashing back to his mind. The last thing he remembered was Bobbery screaming. Bobbery. Where had his crew members gone? To his left, the dirt remained untouched, but the tracks to his right were fresh. His pals must have given chase. As he followed the dirt road through the forest, he couldn't help but think that maybe his childhood in the Coop Scouts might not have been a total waste. It wasn't long before Bobbery came into view. Cooper ran over to him to ask what had happened, what he had missed. But his pace slowed as he reached Bobbery, because he was on the ground motionless. Was he dead? Dropping to his knees, Cooper checked for vitals. After failing to find a pulse beneath his hard skin, he placed his hand just above Bobbery's slacked mouth. He felt air moving. Bobbery was breathing. After some shaking, Bobbery smacked his lips together as his eyes slowly opened. Bobbery quickly shut them tight again when the light flooded his pupils.
Hi. What's going on?
You tell me. Cooper said as he helped the old sailor to its feet. You're the one who chased Mr. L through the forest. Bobbery paused.
Oi! That traitorous swine mech! Never trust a Yoshi!
Bobbery grumbled. Huh? Cooper
Racist.
asked. I mean, yes. Yes. Huh? Cooper asked. What happened? Tell me everything.
Well, first, you jumped the gun and blew our cover, so Mac and I had to chase that scoundrel through the forest.
Bobbery began explaining.
Course I'm getting up there in the years, so me speed's not what it used to be. Mac got ahead of me, but he wasn't fast enough to catch that lily-livered landlubber.
Yeah, when that guy gets spooked, he can really book it, can't he? Cooper joked.
But when I finally caught up to Mac, he spun around and choked me till I passed out.
Bobbery finished. Cooper's face displayed his confusion. But why? It's just so weird, Cooper said flatly.
The laddie's probably wanted the full reward for himself. Greed can sure change people.
They both thought about this fact in silence. Suddenly, the leaves just off the road began ruffling. After a short moment of violent shaking, Mac appeared through the brush, his feet and arms bound together by Vine, an old sock gagging his mouth. What in the... Cooper shouted, startled. Mac attempted to speak through the gag with little avail.
Aye, what's going on?
Bobbery asked as he removed the gag made of Vine. Ugh. My tongue. Ugh, I don't have much time to explain, Mac said quickly. Here's what you need to know. That wasn't Mr. L we were chasing. And this is a scene transition, I think. They forgot to add a break line. Mallow sniffled. I can't believe no one wanted us on their team. It's like gym class all over again. Watt gulped down some more of her happy chino. She, Mallow, and Flurry were drowning their sorrows Starbean's Bistro, located only a few miles from the mall.
Well, it's not all bad, I guess.
Flurry said through a mouthful of her fourth biscotti.
It might be a smaller production than last year's hit. Cinderella introduces Mr. Fork to Mrs. Electrical Outlet. But I think Beauty and the Feast will still be a hit.
Mallow stared blankly. I think I'm starting to notice a certain trend in your productions as of late.
Whatever could you mean?
Flurry asked honestly. Watt, who was born without the rude filter cortex of her brain, was quick to answer.
Saying that the last time... He's saying the last time you saw 90210, you were on a bathroom scale.
What? You little...
Flurry screamed. Before the Cloud Prince could...
Girl?
Yes, I think so, but Paper Mario's localization kind of went back and forth.
Oh. Like Birdo, okay.
With Birdo, I'm not sure. With Watt, I think it was just an honest let me rephrase that. With Watt, I think it was just a matter of mistranslation, and they just did not know.
Alright.
Watt was never used. Watt just kind of didn't use pronouns in the Japanese language because Watt was a child and referred to himself in the third person. Before the Cloud Prince could defend himself, Flurry punched the boy hard in the stomach, an action that drained Flurry of her remaining energy. As the crybaby loudly bawled, Flurry reached for another biscotti. However, she inserted poor Watt into her mouth instead of the ice bread. Should Watt not have screamed, she would have been swallowed whole, just like the 4 biscottis before her. At this time, Mr. L was racing down the road.
Alright. The rendezvous should be a few... Alright. The rendezvous should be a few more blocks down this way. Then to the left and... What in the...
Mr. L looked skyward, though
Meteorologically.
Thank you. Though impossible, rain was pouring down the cloudless sky above him. His bewilderment was cut short as a screaming ball of lightning was propelled at high speed from the bistro, thanks in part to Flurry's rather impressive lung capacity. Mr. L instinctively caught the ball with both hands before it struck. A rather bad idea indeed. Bad idea indeed, because holding a condensed ball of electricity in heavy rain makes for a very fine environment for electrocution to take place, which it did, of course. Flurry's mouth remained agape. Mallow stopped his sobbing, and Watt looked down on the man who laid limp in the street. The same man she saw earlier in a wanted poster for 2 million coins.
Is he dead?
Watt asked, the word dead barely escaping her lips. Mallow and Flurry scurried over to the body sprawled across the cobblestone road leading to the castle. Without a word, they looked at one another. A wide grin spread slowly across their faces. Alright, I think I'll just take over for Shigal's friend from here on out.
Oh, you can tell this was written in 2008 with the upcoming sentence.
Oh yeah. By the way, that's been the laziest parody name so far.
I don't know, Nintendo P was that's up there.
Oh.
Let's see,
What was the Game Boy one?
Shame Boy.
Game Boy and the Nintendo BS.
Yeah, the BS might have been the worst one.
The Shame Boy, that's amazing.
That is good though.
Let's see, he can forget about, this is not Gumelo speaking, by the way. So yeah, he can forget about me ever agreeing to his friend request on my Facebook. Hey, I don't care whether it was a mistake or not. When you show up at the party wearing the same thing as me, it's going to get ugly. The Toad Guard rambled on, causing unimaginable fees on her phone bill. I swear, one of these days, you won't have that thing glued to your ear. When your back is turned, your precious little M phone is going to meet my little friend, Mr. Hammer. Her fellow Toad Guard mumbled under his breath. I'm sorry, did you say something to me? I swear, you're so talkative today. Before the suffering Toad Guard could point out her hypocrisy, Flurry, Watt, and Mallow appeared triumphantly on the horizon, collectively dragging a limp Mr. L through the dirt. The Toad Guards were in shock. I'll have to talk to you later. The Toad Guard blankly said as she put her cell phone away. That's who I think it is.
Oh, you mean this supervillain who was rated public enemy #1?
Watt said.
Yep, that's Mr. L in the flesh. Also, you may be surprised by my voice, but I'm apparently a girl.
Just a very... Wait, what was I saying?
But I'm considering becoming otherkin and identifying as a parrot instead.
What is otherkin?
That's neither here nor there. You know what, I'll explain it after the show.
Yeah, just in light of, just in general, I think we could not do identify jokes, just...
Yeah, I wasn't trying to do, like, an attack helicopter joke. I was trying to do a meta joke about Aladdin.
I know, I got it there, but...
It was bad.
Yep, that's Mr. L in the flesh.
Now, about those coins the princess offered for his return.
Flurry hinted. Right away, said a still flabbergasted Toad Guard. Let me take you to the princess herself. He led the three through the doors of the castle and up the stairs. After some time, they made their way to the doors of Peach's room. With 3 knocks on her door, the guard announced, Princess, Mr. L has been captured. Wario and Waluigi looked at one another, not sure what to do. Princess, are you still in there? Was heard beyond the locked door.
Just a minute.
Wario squeaked in a high-pitched voice in a pathetic attempt to mimic the princess's voice. Are you okay, Your Highness? Asked the Toad waiting patiently outside the door. You don't sound right. The door was opened a crack, just enough for Waluigi and Wario to stick Peach's arm through and flail about to create the illusion of her actually talking.
Old is all.
Wario squeaked. Oh, you're sick? I should come in and see if you're alright, the Toad Guard said, reaching for the door.
Don't come in. I'm not dressed.
But I can see the sleeve of your dress, the Toad Guard said. Waluigi's hand came into sight as it ripped off the sleeve, leaving the princess's bare shoulder. Okay. Anyway, these three are here to collect a reward.
Yes. Send him in, and I'll give them the coins.
No can do, princess. We can't take that risk. He's going straight to the dungeon. They just want their 2 million coins. The excitement was seen in Mallow's and Flurry's eyes. However, Watt showed less excitement.
You know, we don't exactly have to turn this guy in. We could just let him go.
What? Mallow and Flurry screamed.
I hit the scroll button and it scrolled up.
Don't you mean public enemy number one is certainly worth more than 2 million coins? Wouldn't you agree, princess?
That was my best attempt at an impression of Tanner giving a Gilbert Gottfried impression.
Yeah. A Gilbert Gottfried impression that sounds scarily more like DeVito.
Yeah.
Wasn't bad. Are you extorting Her Highness for money? The Toad Guard exclaimed.
You got your line, or should I continue with what?
Hold on, let me scroll down.
Look for the money dance in all caps. That should be
Okay.
a decent spot to find.
Oh, wait.
You could call it a negotiation.
Or down. Jesus fucking Christ.
I am so glad I don't do this on my phone.
No, yeah. No, I didn't. I just sometimes when I like accidentally click a button, it will auto scroll it to some place if you just click on the middle of the screen.
Yeah, I don't know. Control F is your friend, I guess.
Yeah. There we go.
Right. So it's we could call it a negotiation. Is your line?
We could call it a negotiation. We can call it a negotiation if it makes you feel better.
Watt commented.
Now, I think Mr. L is easily worth 10 million coins per captor.
Sure. Whatever you want.
Wario squeaked.
Just give them the coins and put them in the dungeon.
Mallow and Flurry were flabbergasted. Less than 1 million coins each just skyrocketed to 10 million. Less than 1 million coins each just skyrocketed to 10 million coins in less than 8 seconds. The Toad Guard took the unconscious villain as each member was given several large sacks of coins. They looked at one another and said one thing. Money!
Money dance!
Oh my gosh. As they danced and rolled around in their pool of money, two dastardly brothers exchanged worried glances.
In retrospect, we should have done the DuckTales theme.
We should
Yeah.
have.
Well, that wasn't exactly the plan, was it?
Waluigi said.
Hey, as long as he's in the castle, right?
Wario told him.
We better call the big cheese and tell him what's up.
With that, he pulled out a walkie-talkie to tell Bowser about the change in plans. Goombella tapped her foot. She had been waiting at the train station far too long, especially considering that Vivian and Bombette were to arrive first and wait for her. Deciding that they must have gotten lost in the Forever Forest despite Bombette's confidence about being able to navigate through those woods, she set off to find them. However, Goombella didn't even reach the woods before hearing a small girl screaming and a sound that could only be identified as violent squealing. With her good Samaritan senses kicking in, Goombella quickly darted into the shed, where she found Vivian and Bombette giving the worst beating to Goombario and Lackluster any mortal eyes could witness.
Punching
Oops,
an
is-
actual child straight in the face.
I'm not even sure how old Goombario is.
No, Goombario was a child. She just assaulted a child.
I mean, I don't think Vivian's that old either.
All right, so she assaulted. Oh wait, no, never mind.
Let's see.
He's gotta go to juvie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It,
Giving the
long
worst.
story short.
Yeah, giving the worst beating to so-and-so any mortal eyes could witness. Hoops was left alone on the ground after having blacked out from the pain.
That bird.
Yeah. What is going on here? Goombella shouted. Everyone, including Goombario and Lackluster, paused and met eye to eye with a shocked Goombella. What do you think you're doing?
You wouldn't believe what these three just did.
Bombette shouted.
They helped Mr. L escape.
Goombella turned to the bruised and bloody victims. What?
We're ready now.
Lackluster apologized through fat lips.
Even so, that's not cool to just tamper with our stuff while our backs are turned.
Vivian scolded. Your backs were turned, Goombella said with a tightened glare. Vivian and Bombette were now on the defensive.
Only for a few seconds. We're just taking a break.
Bombette lied.
No, we were fighting each other and didn't notice until it was too late.
Vivian quietly admitted. Fighting? Over what? Goombella asked.
Well, Bombette said we should ditch you and turn in Mr. L's house for more money, excuse me. But I didn't want to, and I guess we started fighting over it. I'm so sorry.
Vivian apologized. Goombella's mouth was agape. Why, you little...
Oh, please. You do anything different.
Bombette interrupted.
I was just taking a page from your book.
Goombella was hurt. But that was different.
How? How was it any, different?
Bombette asked with fierce intensity, using the question as if it were a criminal record. Goombella couldn't give an answer, so Bombette drove the point in deeper.
You, just decided to go off and ditch the rest of us for, more money, thinking that you didn't need anyone else except for, yourself.
But Goombella stammered, trying to find a justified explanation. But when Bombette put it that way, she was no better than Mr. L himself. Coop stirred awake. Oh, what happened? All eyes turned towards him, but none said a word. Yo, why aren't we fighting anymore? Because there's nothing to fight for, Goombella said quietly. Look at us. We're fighting one another for over the same thing, and while we were so focused on battling one another, the villain got away. When this was taken into thought, they all felt horrible for their actions. No one dared to speak because there really wasn't anything you could tell these once noble people to make them feel better. But there was one more horrible thing you could say to them, which could only be spoken with someone who had no social integrity.
Hey, what's up? I'm Tanner Brown. Nice to meet you.
Shut up, Tanner.
Stop, losers!
Watt bellowed as she dragged her large bags of cash into the shed.
Guess who got the bad guy?
Us! Mallow said, strutting in wearing his first spendings, bling-bling from head to toe that made Coops and Lackluster drool profusely. Flurry came in wearing an expensive...
No, just oh god, with the
It's such a dumb one-note joke, but I really, really like the way that, I really like this whole, fake, white boy wanting to be gangsta act they're doing.
Yeah, the posers.
Yeah, it's such a, this white boy poser thing. It's such a good bit.
Yeah.
It's funny to read just friggin' painful to sail
Yeah,
out.
it
No,
is.
no, I haven't even said any lines, and I've been cringing at it this whole time. But it fucking rocks. It is the like perfect brand of cringe.
I feel
comedy.
like it succeeds in what it sets out to do, which is completely making a mockery of you know, people using this kind of language to like
basically what like SoundCloud rappers are now.
yeah,
Oh dear.
suburban white kids
Yeah. Exactly.
trying to sound like they're from the ghetto.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
Yeah, bling bling from head to toe made so and so drool profusely. Flurry came in wearing an expensive fur coat and talking to her agent on her new whiteberry twister.
Jesus, remember blackberries?
Yes.
hey, her own trailer, specific checks mix, give her whatever she wants. It's not like we don't have the money.
Flurry said, followed by a pompous laugh reserved only for those. Thank you.
Perfect.
Followed by a pompous laugh reserved only for those in high society.
Wait, you guys caught Mr. L? Isn't that like physically impossible?
Goombario said in a stunned tone. Talk to the pinky. Talk to the pinky ring. Mala retorted, receiving high fives from Flurry and Watt somehow.
Yeah, and it was so easy too. I don't know why it was so hard for you guys,
Watt continued gloating.
but I guess I wasn't cool or skilled enough for you people. Ah well.
Watt shrugged, feeling like the very definition of awesome with her ironic taunting.
None of that fake food prop crud. I want a real, steaming, glazed turkey on that table.
Flurry continued in the background.
Yes, during the rehearsals. How are we supposed to practice properly without the correct set?
Anyway, we were just on our way.
Watt said as she lifted her many oversized bags of coins.
We thought we'd just stop by and say hi to the lesser heroes.
I can't with his voice. With that, she turned and ran smack dab into Bobbery's face.
Wait, wouldn't Aubrey? Yeah.
I think that's Watt still speaking.
That's Watt speaking.
Hey, watch where I'm walking, okay?
Here they are, boys!
Bobbery shouted, ignoring the arrogant ball of light. Mac and Cooper poked their heads through the door. What's going on? Coops asked again. If everyone gathered in that one spot, now is as good a time as any to explain what Mac knew that the others did not. Knowledge that would change everything. Mr. L woke up on the cold floor. He flipped over onto his stomach and slowly got onto all fours. A slight headache made him shake his head side to side before he was willing to open his eyes. Rubbing his scalp, he opened his eyes to see concrete below him. 3 of the walls around him were gray concrete. The 4th wall was made of iron bars.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the legendary Mr. L.
The Toad Guard mocked as he came down through the hallway.
You know, I've never had to make the dungeon part of my rounds before. Then again, we've only had one guest here before.
He says he motioned towards the cell across the hall from Mr. L, which had a skeleton whose hands gripped the bars tightly, its jaw hanging low as if it were screaming. The Toad Guard openly laughed at the shocked expression on Mr. L's face.
Well, we hope you enjoy your stay here at the castle, because you'll be here for a long, long, long time.
The Toad Guard hobbled up the stairs, feeling pretty good. After all, it's not every day you get to taunt a renowned supervillain. Moving that old, icky skeleton into that pose was totally worth it.
Hey, Kyle, I need you to feed the villain.
What? That's not my job, Doty.
Yeah, it's Bob's, but he fed Kathy's cat while she was away, so he asked her to do, and Joe owes Kathy a favor, so she gave the duty to him, and he saved Tim from a bear attack. Joe gave the job to Tim, and then he gave the duty to Bob, saying that he could pay off the last 20 bucks off his debt by doing the job. Bob secretly gave Ashley the job, since she has to make up for wrecking his lawnmower, and Ashley passed the job onto me, since she knows my little secret, and threatened to tell others about it if I didn't do the job. And I believe you lost the bet with me on whether you could jump a motorcycle with another motorcycle, and you still have to do 3 more of my chores.
Todd finished as he passed the cold plate of kitchen leftovers to Carl. Carl glared angrily as he took the plate and headed back down the stairs. At least he only had 2 more heinous chores to finish before that. At least he only had 2 more heinous chores to finish before that idiotic bet would no longer hang over him.
Hey, buddy. Got a little something for you.
Sounds like you're just about to pull out a middle finger.
Hey, buddy! I got a little something for you!
Carl chanted as if Mr. L were a dog.
Your favorite! Liver! Oh, baby! This might need a do. Oh, for the
was Mr. L's response.
What in the...
Carl said as he set the food on the ground. Mr. L ignored his comment and kept rambling the incoherent mumblings from his old dusty book he had brought.
Dude, are you okay?
Mr. L shot up and stared intensely at Carl with his beady eyes as if he were possessed by something. He slowly approached the iron bars of the cell.
Anyways, I got something for you to eat.
Carl said nervously. He lifted the plate from the floor and passed it through the bars. Mr. L never stopped peering into Carl's terrified eyes.
What are you doing?
Carl's voice trembled. Mr. L's arm shot out from the bars and grabbed Carl by the shirt, balling the fabric in a tight fist. Carl could feel some dark force taking action within him. Looking down at his body, he only managed to stammer a gasp as the color was slowly draining his body, blotches of black spreading throughout like a deadly virus. Mr. L smiled wickedly as his body slowly distorted as if he were liquid and ripples were splashing over him. Carl watched in horror as Mr. L slowly compacted and twisted into his own image. Carl was now looking at himself through the bars, his reflection bearing a wicked smile. The doppelganger released Carl from his grip and let the shocked toad fall to the ground. The true Carl tried to scream for help, but nothing came out. He strained as hard as he could, but his voice wasn't heard.
What's the matter? Cat got you. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
The fake mocked as he reached for the keys that came with the transformation. Letting himself out of his cell, the Doppler picked up his book. Never mind. He turned to Carl, who remained on the ground. Carl was hoisted off the ground and thrown into the cell. Carl scrambled to his feet, but was too slow to reach the door. As the cell was locked, the fake was left with a wave of his hand.
Hey, Carl, thanks for taking care of that whole dinner thing.
Todd greeted as the doppelganger emerged from the dungeon.
I can't stand the smell of liver.
Yeah, me either. Yeah, me either.
Hidden in plain sight, the ne'er-do-well made his merry way up the stairs of the castle, greeted by more and more toad guards as he ascended to the highest tower of the castle.
I spy with my little eye.
Waluigi dragged on.
I said I'm not playing that game with you.
Wario shouted.
Something pink.
Waluigi finished.
Well, what isn't pink in this room?
Wario said, disgusted with the feminine decor.
Throw pillow. Nope. Dang.
3 knocks were heard at the door. It's Carl. Well, excuse me,
Let
Carl.
me in, you guys!
Who is it?
Waluigi asked, looking through the keyhole of the door.
What do you think it is?
The voice snarled from the other side. Waluigi opened the door, recognizing those beady eyes anywhere.
Well, it's about the time you got here, Duplis. Jeez, it took us all of 20 minutes to get in here.
Wario commented. Dupless changed out of his copied form, and with a sigh of relief said,
Well, you didn't have half the kingdom on your tail, did you?
Well, at least Mr. L was smart enough to have you as disguise as him before coming here in the off chance you did get caught.
Waluigi said.
He's a smart cookie.
Well, he isn't exactly who you believe him to be.
Dupless said.
I learn more about a person than how to look like them when I take their form.
What are you talking about, Duplis?
Wario asked.
What if I were to tell you that we had a traitor in our midst?
Alright, so here's how it went down. Mac
Yes,
continued.
for sus.
Yeah, Mario and Luigi's long lost cousin, I think the Italian name starts with S.
Green. I saw green vent.
I saw black and green vent.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
He's a
Sergio.
sussy baka.
He is. Luigi is quite the sussy baka, I would say.
Yeah. Let's see. So here's how it went down. Mac continued after explaining Mr. L was actually Dupless in disguise. I chased after Mr. L, but I didn't see him, so I thought he had escaped. So I stopped running. So I stopped running, and it turns out he actually scampered up a tree. And when I stopped, he leapt from the branch and tackled me to the ground. And that's why he bound and gagged me since I was caught off guard. Right, that's like the only possible explanation. Bella interjected. With a glare, Mac continued. All of a sudden, he just grabs me and does this weird thing where he takes my form and gives me weak and powerless. Couldn't even talk. It was as if I was just a shadow or something. Then he tosses me in the thick of the woods just as Bobbery comes up. I tried to yell, but nothing came out. Next thing I know, the doppelganger's suffocating Bobbery and heading to Bowser's castle. Wait, Goombella shouted. That wasn't you that went into Bowser's castle? No, I was stuck in the woods all day. Why? You see me go into Bowser's castle? Yeah, but then Mr. L came out, Goombella said. And now that I think about it, he didn't look right. You know what I mean?
Wait, so none of us had Mr. L.
Excuse me. Mario said, trying to piece everything together. We did, though, Mallow said blankly. Right?
Depends. Which way did Mr. L run off to when you let him out of the bag?
Bobbery asked Mario.
He went down that cobblestone road. You know, the one that passes the bistro and goes straight to the castle.
Mallow, Flurry, and Watt exchanged glances. So we never caught Mr. L.
Oh, I was off cue there.
Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's cool.
I'm afraid not. This guy was just a red herring to fool us while he did something else, Cooper said. Wow. Coop said blankly. This guy is good.
Well, it's obvious what we do. It's obvious what we do now.
Watt said to the others.
What's that?
Flurry asked.
Run!
With that, Watt picked up her bags of cash and fled for the border. Wait, what? Mallow shouted.
Yo, this money isn't legit. And when they figure that out and we can't pay it back in full, what do you think's gonna happen to us?
Watt explained quickly. Mallow and Flurry thought about this for a second or two before picking up their own sets of filthy riches and fleeing the country. Those left in the shed said nothing about the spectacle.
Got any threes?
General Shy Guy asked after much consideration.
We're playing poker.
Bowser explained for the fourth time that day.
Oh, hurry up and tell me you call a fold.
Blackjack!
General Shy Guy proclaimed, slamming his cards on the table. A full house of 3 5s and 2 3s. Bowser looked at his pair of 2s.
I'm gonna take that as a fold.
The Koopa King said as he scraped the pile of poker chips to his end of the table. Mr. L shook his head.
So how long is this going to take?
General Shy Guy asked, ignoring that his ignorance had lost him his mortgage payment for the month.
I don't know. Wario just called saying that there was a delay. Again.
Yeah, that first false alarm really caught me off guard.
Shy Guy said, referring to the planned signal that it was their time of action.
We hadn't even made it out of the castle though.
Bowser commented as he dealt the cards.
It wasn't really possible for them to have been ready already.
Hey, Dad!
Bowser Jr. shouted as he came to the card table. I hope he was like, just shouting like from just 2 feet away.
Yeah.
He's like just sitting right next to Bowser.
Yeah. I mean that is like a very kid-like thing to just have no volume control.
Hey, Dad! Dad! The troops are finishing their last preparations, but the Bowser Mecha those Koopa Bros promise is nowhere to be found.
Well, if everything goes right, we won't even need that mecha friend. Frankly, I just have some again so they get it away from me.
Bowser commented, Mr. L and General Shy Guy nodding their heads in agreement.
Oh, I know what you mean. Someone needs to tell them that the 90s are over.
Bowser Jr. added as he turned to leave. Bowser tapped on his shoulder and whispered to him so that the others couldn't hear.
Hey, son, how's that little project of ours coming along?
The Koopa King hinted.
It's all set. All I need to do is set it up once we get there.
Bowser Jr. whispered back.
Excellent. No, go off and bother the rookies or something.
Bowser said as he sent his son off. He looked at his cards. 1, 5, ace, king, 4. Maybe with some expert bluffing, he could pull this hand out.
So, expecting me out to play this game again?
General Shy Guy said as he peered at his cards.
First, you throw some money in the center.
Bowser explained.
And I choose whether to call it or not.
How much money can I throw in?
Bowser sighed.
As much as you want, really. As long as everyone else can match.
The general shoved his entire pile of chips to the center of the table.
You can't be serious.
Bowser exasperated.
Well, that's what they do in the movies.
Okay. Do you think your cards are really that good?
Bowser said, hesitant to match the chips. He had to really put his game face on.
Now what?
Normally we raise, but you already put your entire bettings on that table. So now we just see whose hand is better when it takes the money.
Oh, can I redo the last turn?
Bowser slammed his forehead on the table. Just then, the signal went off. Dupless can't copy more than one person at a time, so if he copies a new person or removes a current copy, the last person who was turned into a shadow has their form returned to them. So as Dupless turned into the Toad Guard, Mr. L was given back his form. As his mug became visible, Bowser and General Shy Guy knew it was time. With a devilish grin, Bowser began the second phase of the plan by uttering a single line.
Troops, prepare to storm the castle.
Best turkey sandwich I've ever had. The Toad Guard said as she licked her fingers of the goodness and emerged from inside the castle. Hey, thanks for holding that position for a while. I had like, oh my gosh! The Toad Guard screamed at the horrible sight of her smashed M-phone left in pieces on the ground. Her lower lip quibbled uncontrollably as she got on all fours to inspect the damage. What happened? The other Toad Guard quietly slipped his friend into his back pocket as a stampede of Goombas, Koopas, Yoshis, Bob-ombs, a Shadow Siren, and a Lakitu came bounding up the castle. I'm noticing Sushi was forgotten in this.
Hey,
Sushi.
appeared at the beginning of the chapter, and
She even got her own introduction.
yeah.
And Miss Mouse, I guess they just left. They went home.
Yeah, I mean, Miss Mouse got shot to pieces.
Halt! The Toad Guard commanded loudly over the violent sobs of his fellow guard. What business do you have?
Oh, sorry. I missed that it was lackluster. You have to come to warn Her Majesty of the grave danger to come.
Lackluster said. Every other member of the group stared at him blankly.
You best watch yourself before you wreck yourself.
With a roll of his eyes, Goombario explained.
We have reason to believe that Mr. L is still at large.
Impossible, the Toad Guard
Mario's
scoffed.
voice has changed like 4 times, and one of them is just a diet version of Junior's.
I'm okay if you just use the same voice. I don't know, pretend they hang out with each other on off days.
Yeah, they hang out with each other. They picked up verbal traits from each other.
Impossible, the Toad Guard scoffed. Mr. L was turned in for the reward little over an hour ago.
We know that.
Bombette shouted impatiently.
But he was like a fake.
Please, I doubt the princess would shell out 30 million coins for a fake, the guard said with a scoff. Yeah. Listen, we have to wait, did you say 30 million coins? Yeah, apparently negotiations were made, the Toad Guard informed the group. Everybody glanced at one another, speechless. Besides, you don't see any danger happening, do you? As if to contradict that last statement, a faint, slow rumbling became audible. Everybody slowly turned their attention to the horizon on the far-off hills. An army of Goombas, Koopas, and Hammer Brothers of all sorts stampeded to the gates of the castle. Among them, a lone tank driven by General Shy Guy escorted the likes of Bowser and Mr. L himself, both dastardly smiling as their plan came to fruition. The Toad Guard's mouth hung agape at the sight of the oncoming attack. Fumbling with his communicator, he pressed the talk button and shouted, "Code Lavender, I repeat, Code Lavender, this is not a drill." Code Lavender? Cooper asked blankly. Without warning, every toad in the building came running out of the castle with spears and shields in hand. The entire force of the Toad Guard Brigade stampeded out of every entryway in the castle to meet the oncoming attack head-on. Swept up in the intensity of the moment, the group of Mac, Bobbery, Cooper, Coops, Lackluster, Goombario, Goombella, and Bombette shouted their battle cries and charged the onslaught. Slowly, the two mobs converged on the battle fight, Toad and Goomba meshing together in an all-out war. A crowd of screaming warriors, each member surrounded by ally and enemy. Among the clang of weaponry, General Shy Guy shouted out,
"Spartans, prepare for glory!"
Bowser and Mr. L gave him a strange look.
What?
Shy Guy asked, embarrassed.
Man, look at him go!
Mr. L commented as he watched several troops being flung through the air in the ensuing battle.
I hope we don't lose too many men. Bowser.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
Did I not come in well enough?
No, you came in well enough, don't worry. I wouldn't worry. If Dupless has done his end of the job correctly, then we shouldn't have to worry about this pestilence for much longer.
Bowser looked at his watch.
Just a few more minutes now.
A poor Koopa screamed in agony as he fell to the ground.
Ah! 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 Oh, my shin! Ah!
Yeah, how you like them apples?
Goombario shouted as he turned and kicked another Koopa in the shin. Lacking arms, he didn't have to rely on the bone-breaking power of his feet.
You traitor!
The Koopa said as he blacked out from the pain.
I wasn't even on your side to begin with.
Goombario said flatly. You know, that's a... Alright, I know this is just taking them away from the story, but Goombas were originally Mushroom Kingdom denizens to begin with, so... so technically, Goombas attacking Koopas is kind of the natural order.
Race war! Race war!
No! Goombario said flatly. Without warning, he took a blow to the back of the head. Losing consciousness instantly, he fell onto the ground face first, much to the shock of his fellow allies. Oh man, Max screamed. I think he might be dead. Bobbery ran over and checked on the Katagoomba.
Lots of breathing! He needs CPR!
I like that voice for him. Quick, who knows CPR? Mac yelled. I do, Goombella shouted. Like who needs it? Mac pointed at Goombario on the ground. You've gotta be kidding me. Hey, you better get over there fast, Mac said. Goombella sighed and ran over to Goombario's side. Excuse me. Goombella sighed and ran over to Goombario's side.
Help me flip him over.
That's Goombella speaking.
Oh, oops, sorry.
Help me flip him over, she commanded Bobbery. He obliged, turning the poor Goomba onto his back. His tongue limped over the side of his bottom lip. Mac, you have arms. I need you to come over here and pump his chest. Kinda busy right now. Max shouted as he held off 3 Koopas at once. Just get over here, Goombella shouted. Fine, Max shouted, throwing his adversaries to the side. How do I do it? Alright, just push down on his chest and count like this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mac counted off. Okay, now when you pause, that's when you have to fill his lungs with air. And how do I do that? You have to, like, you know, blow into his mouth. Max stopped pumping. Frick no! Max screamed. You do it! I don't have arms to pump with, though, Goombella retorted. I'll do the pumping, you do the lifting. Max said as he got to work. Goombella slowly turned to the kid on the ground. With a sigh, she got on the ground and hesitantly bent over Goombario. She slowly brought her lips closer to Goombario's lips, taking as long as humanly possible. Just when she was about to make contact, Goombario giggled. With a gasp, Goombella kicked Goombario hard across the cheek and stormed off. Gritting his teeth, Goombario sat up in the grass and looked Mac in the eye. I still want those $20. Max says he got up as well and joined the fight.
You're like such a pig.
Bombette commented as she ran past Goombario, which may have not been such a wise choice of words. Bobbery held Goombario to his feet.
You know, laddie, that was actually kind of pathetic, are you?
Shut up.
Goombario said as a castle's tower bell rang in the distance.
What? I'm just saying that.
That was good.
That was amazing.
Goombario jumped at the sight of Bobbery being transformed into a pig.
Ah! Bobbery! You turned into a... What the fuck was that?
That was an attempt.
That was a dying goose.
It sounded like Chewie was drunk or something.
I can't do that.
Well, kids, we have reached the Pleasure Island sequence of the story.
Let's see.
Time for Calypso.
How much longer is this, by the way? Because, good lord.
Yeah, I know.
There's still
We're
quite a bit to go.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
we're like over 2/3 of the way done.
Man. Because yeah, I'm getting a bit exhausted, to be honest.
I am too. I'll be honest, I think that in my tiredness, some of these plot details, that's why I was missing cues.
Fair. One by one, every toad and enemy of Bowser's army were transformed into swine as the bell rang. Lacking fingers, the pigs were forced to unwillingly drop their weapons in surrender.
Well, that worked even better than expected!
Mr. L shouted over the scared squealing of the pigs.
Duplis sure knows how to make a curse. Duplis sure knows how to make a curse.
Alright, troops, let's claim our castle.
Bowser said with a commanding point of his finger.
Today, the Mushroom Kingdom bows to my power.
With cheering and rally cries of the troops, the Koopa Kingdom sieged Princess Peach's castle, and no one was left to hinder the king's devious plans, or so they assumed. The door to Mario's home flung open as the gasping plumber dove onto the porch. For several minutes, he remained laying on the floor of the porch, squirming with disgust of removing that pile of wet, snotty tissues from his door. Eventually, Mario calmed down to the point where he could bring himself to his feet. Wiping the residual snot from his sleeve, Mario made his way to the castle, using the lone road that led from his home to the castle. If anyone was going to know the whereabouts of his AWOL brother, it was going to be someone working in the Force. Reaching the grounds leading to the castle, Mario stopped in his tracks, dumbfounded by the fact that the castle suddenly had its own pig farm, with spears and shields scattered across the ground. Strange. A few of the pigs noticed Mario right away and ran up to him. Among them, a pig with a blue baseball cap, a pig wearing shades, a pig with a bandage over its nose, a pig with a blonde ponytail, a pig with a braided ponytail, a pig with a mohawk, a pig with an admiral's hat, a pig with a red striped hat, a pig with a red ascot, a pig with a master sword, a pig with an arm cannon, a pig with a lightning bolt-shaped tail, and a pig whose strange headgear commanded him to do a barrel roll. While the four latter pigs were less concerned about Mario as they were about how they found themselves in this strange land, all the other pigs jumped excitedly around the plumber, as if to say, "Help us! We've been turned to pigs by an evil sorcerer, and seeing how you haven't been turned to useless swine, you must charge into the castle and handle the situation before all sitting ducks," in more or less terms. Motivated by the pigs jumping and squealing, Mario strided to the front entrance of the castle in true heroic fashion, leading the way to a bright and prosperous future free of villainy and crime. As Mario took that significant first step on the bridge leading over the castle's moat and to the door, a nasally screech from above grabbed his attention.
Yo, we got a surprise for you, eh?
Waluigi bellowed from Peach's window above the bridge. Waluigi then ran back into the room. Mario looked at the empty window for a few minutes, wondering what the surprise was. Moments later, a large cardboard box that had been earlier hoisted into the castle was lifted onto the windowsill. With the tip of the box, a cascade of blue hedgehogs poured out and onto Mario. Mario's muscles instantly locked in place with fear, making escape impossible as the hedgies knocked him to the ground. Encased in the sea of blue fur balls, his heart threatened to rip his chest wide open with the intensity of its beating. His lungs felt constricted, unable to breathe, and his eyes rapidly moved left and right, taking in the horrible, squirming sight around him. Above him, Mario and Waluigi were having a grand old time, just watching him compulsively writhe on the ground. Bowser came through the door.
Hey, great job, Duplis. That pig thing worked far, far better than expected.
Mr. L complimented. Duplis just ignored him and turned to Bowser.
So, is that it? Did we win?
Bowser pursed his lips in thought. Bowser pursed his lips in thought.
Alright. Oh, let's see. Toad Army vanished, Mario incapacitated, and the princess is under my hypnotic control.
Bowser stood in silence as he tried to think of a downside.
Nope, I think we just won.
He announced. Everyone in the room celebrated their victory with loud shouts and goofy dancing. Finally, they had the upper hand and put those troublesome good doers in their place. Good doers.
Ready to the kitchen for victory, cookies, and juice.
General Shy Guy announced gleefully. The group of villains chattered about the expected deliciousness. The group of villains chattered about the expected deliciousness of these cookies as they left the room. Bowser remained in the room.
Hey, you coming, big guy?
Mr. L asked before leaving the room.
No, I have more important things to attend to.
The Koopa King replied, slowly stroking the hypnotized princess's flowing hair.
Right, gotcha.
Mr. L said as he left the room. He couldn't believe that they had actually managed to pull this off. Feeling a sense of pride, he strutted down the corridor to the kitchen for his well-earned cookie.
Hey, Green.
A voice sounded from the shadows. Mr. L turned to see Dupless waiting in an alcove in the hallway.
Where do you think you're going?
For some cookies.
Mr. L replied blankly, confused by Dupless's secretive demeanor.
Oh, really? And you aren't planning to do something else?
Dupless asked as he emerged into the light.
Like, say, backstabbing the king when you least expect it?
What? Why would I?
Oh, come on. Are you seriously trying to lie to me?
Dupless asked with ferocity.
When I take another's form, I learn more than their physical appearance. I learn about them, their thoughts, their plans, their hopes. And when I took your form, I learned about your little plan to only join along as a means to get closer to Bowser and take him out personally.
What?
Mr. L was in shock.
What? But it's impossible. I never planned to.
No use in hiding it, Mr. L. Or should I say Steve? Or should I say Luigi?
Dupless said, brandishing a sword.
It seems I have no choice but to take you out personally.
Wait, how do you know my name?
Luigi asked.
You thought I was bluffing? I know everything about you. Your 15th birthday party disaster, your secret fear of lawn gnomes, even your little crush, Renat, right? Yeah, I know everything, even your weak spot. Pretty handy thing to know in battle.
Dupless trailed off before swinging his sword violently at Luigi. Luigi was quicker, managing to swipe a sword from a nearby knight replica and fend off Dupless's attack in one swift motion. Dupless swung again, bashing his sword against Luigi's. Although I'd just like to point out, Bowser is stroking Peach's flowing hair. She doesn't have flowing hair anymore.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too. It's like, did that hair grow back that fast within like a day or so?
Yeah.
Is it going on? No one got that?
Said.
And this Luigi is to go even further beyond, like, that's what Goku says before he goes Super
I
Saiyan
didn't
3.
hear you.
And that's why I don't voice Peach. Mario's mind was racing. He had never before endured such such an ordeal, being completely encased in the thing you feared most. Surely this was the most sadistic thing his enemies had ever done. What made the situation all the more horrible was that he had managed to come so close. Again, his thoughts found their way to his little brother. His little bro just feared about anything: ghosts, the dark, even lawn gnomes. But somehow he always overcame his fear when it was needed, like when he saved Mario from the likes of King Boo. There seemed to always be that piece of bravery in him he could call on when it was needed, seeming to come over any fear with ease. Mario didn't want to be afraid of stupid little blue hedgehogs. He was downright embarrassed by the fact. But wanting something unfortunately didn't make it happen, and so Mario remained on the bridge, uncontrollably fidgeting with fright. The pigs had gathered in a giant mob to watch Mario, thinking that he would get up at any moment and start stomping his way through the doors. But as time went on, more and more lost hope, starting to pity the very person they'd once considered the infallible hero. But others simply weren't going to give up so easily. Mario came to the conclusion that he'd spend the rest of his life unable to regain Mario came to the conclusion that he'd spend the rest of his life unable to regain enough composure to move. And that he'd slowly starve to death, covered in the most despicable creature on this earth. Suddenly, he was moving through the pile without even thinking about it. Lifting his head out of the pile, he saw that some of the pigs he had been motivated by earlier were clearing a path through the thicket of hedgehogs. The others were collectively pushing against from behind, shoving the plumber to the doors of the castle. Finally emerging from his personal inferno, Mario got on all fours and started kissing the sweet hedgehogless ground. Getting to his feet...
Still unsanitary. And also, they've been fighting and killing each other, so there's got to be at least a little bit of blood there. It's unsanitary and potentially fatal.
Mario eats unwashed mushrooms like every day. He'll be fine. Getting to his feet, he looked at his brave saviors, unable to shake the feeling he had met them at some earlier point. Oink oink! Shouted the Mohawk pig encouragingly. Mario nodded.
Not bad for a plumber.
Dupless said between swings of his sword, driving his opponent to the very dead end of the hallway.
Watching karate movies helps.
Luigi said, learning the ways of the sword vicariously through the power of all-night movie marathons.
Have the movies taught you this move?
Dupless said, reaching out and grabbing Luigi by the throat. Dupless's form started misshaping again, taking Luigi's form for the third time that day. Luigi felt the energy drain from every inch in his body as he slowly turned into a shadow. When the transformation was complete, Luigi was looking at himself as if he were looking into a mirror. His sword hit the floor, his arm unable to bear its weight. Dupless poked Luigi in the chest, causing his knees to buckle. Falling hard onto the carpet, his doppelganger laughed menacingly, towering above him.
Luigi's doppelganger.
That's fair. To think you came so close to foiling my plans. As the new ruler of this land, everyone will learn the true theatrical talent I possess. And they'll be sorry for ever casting me as the lowly part of electrical outlet of last year's production.
Dupless monologued.
And now you get your just desserts, and I can go nice and slow, seeing how no one here will ever hear your screams of pain.
He said as he playfully swished the air in front of Luigi's face. Leaning in close, Dupless asked Luigi his final, horribly ironic question.
Oh, any last words?
Yeah! How about a duck? A voice shouted from behind. Dupless spun around to look the voice's owner in the face. Mario socked Dupless hard in the face the second he turned around, causing him to fly through the window at the end of the corridor. Mario watched as Dupless fell 2 stories out the window and landed with a hard thud in the garden.
Ah! My back!
Wailed the doppelganger.
Come to the club!
Toadsworth commented not 4 feet away from him. Finally.
Live!
Yes, I told you.
He'll live!
Yes. Finally, after all this time, Mario got his revenge on his traitorous brother with a single blow to the face. Expecting some gratification, some happiness to get his revenge, he didn't feel quite right. After all, he fought through a mountain of snot and a sea of blue hedgehogs for this moment. But ironically, he felt remorse for hurting his brother and possibly paralyzing him. Oh, right done, Mario said with his now quivering voice. Oh man, my only a brother. I hurt him. He cried through loud sobs. Oh please, make him okay. Begging you, please make him okay. I'm sorry. Looking down on the pain he caused his brother, Mario kept praying everything would be alright. Luigi was stunned. Mario had punched Dukeless thinking it was him, but he was an unnoticeable shadow on the ground. But he was more shocked by what he was now seeing. He never saw his brother care about him like this before. It made him feel wanted, like he mattered, like he was someone. Luigi realized that was all he wanted all along. Just to know that someone noticed him, that he honestly was cared about. He only took on this Mr. Elf persona in the hopes of getting people's attention. But now that the most important person to him shared mutual feelings, he didn't care what anyone else thought. Mario rubbed his eyes of tears and looked down through the window. He watched as Dukeless started reforming to his old self, unable to hold his disguise in the immense pain. Mario watched his pain brother disappear. Too flabbergasted by the scene, he almost jumped when his brother spoke out.
What? Was that stuff true?
Luigi asked. Mario stared at his brother as if he had come back from the dead. An angel above must have granted his wish. Luigi smiled and held out his arms. Mario ran over and embraced his brother, overjoyed to be united with the old Luigi he knew and loved. Once the loving moment had passed, Mario looked at his brother and got a weird look on his face. Confused by the reaction, Luigi looked down to see what was wrong with him. Mario pointed at Luigi's face. Running his hand across his face to search for any imperfections, Luigi's fingers stopped at his bare, hairless upper lip.
What the? Where's my stat?
Luigi began before getting interrupted. That's like so cute, Bella said from down the corridor. You're hugging.
What the? I saw you guys turn to swine!
Luigi yelled in confusion.
Well, first we hear someone scream about a broken back. Next thing we know, we're not rolling around in the mud.
Bobbery explained.
I miss the mud.
Mario said with sadness in his voice.
So, I see you two made up.
Vivian pointed out. So does that mean that everything's back to normal? Mac asked. And that you're back on our side?
Nope!
Luigi answered. Oh, that's great. We knew you'd come back. Wait, what? Mac said, astonished by Luigi's answer.
Well, the thing is, you guys never respected me. Ever. With Bowser and the guys, I'm treated like I'm important. That I really make a difference.
Mario pointed out the window at Dukeless, who was now crying like a little baby.
Hey, there's exceptions to every rule.
Luigi commented.
Fact of the matter is, I belong with these guys. Sure, Mario's my loving brother and everything, but he'll always be no matter what I do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a mustache to save.
With that, Luigi walked down the hall, leaving everyone speechless. Yo, we have to go get him, Coop said. He's still a bad guy after all.
Nay.
Nay, Bobbery said.
Leave the lad be. If we don't respect his wishes now, then there's no chance of him forgiving us.
Yes, let the domestic terrorist walk away. Bombette nodded.
Like, he's right. We don't need to worry about him now. Let's just, like, go round up the others.
The group left to search the castle. The group left to search the castle to find the other baddies, leaving Mario to contemplate about what he should do about his brother. Bowser looked out the window of Peach's room. Finally, he had Peach and her kingdom in his clutches, but there was still the single thing he wanted most that would make him happy. As if on cue, that thing came through the door.
Rex, I've been expecting you for some time.
Bowser said, not looking away from the window.
Now that you're here, I can give you your surprise.
Pulling out a black box with a single red button on top, he turned to his adversary with a wicked grin. Before his visitor could take another step, Bowser pushed the button, releasing a hatch in the ceiling. From the hatch dropped a glass tube with unruly wiring connected to the modem connected to the cylinder's top, trapping Bob, that's Luigi's mustache, within its glass walls. Bowser laughed loudly.
Great work, son.
Bowser said as he peered into the glass walls.
Mind telling our friend here what it does?
Junior laughed evilly.
This gadget is my latest invention. The Follicle Arrangement Rehabilitation Tube. FART for short.
Uh,
I'll admit,
Bowser Jr. muttered.
Anyways, I had my son make this for one single reason.
Bowser continued, bringing out his Golden Hammer award for best mullet.
You know, as you're being to within an inch of your life by hobbies, many things go through your head, such as why you're being beaten to death with a hose. Then I came to the simple conclusion that mullets just don't garner that much respect. Not like mustaches.
Bob took this fact into consideration. This was certainly true in the Mushroom Kingdom.
When I woke up in that infirmary, I hadn't a clue what happened the night before. That's when Luigi came in with the most amazing mustache, wearing some stupid costume and making some chick think she was a chicken. At first I became jealous how easily he grew such magnificent follicles, but we Koopas could not possess such things of beauty.
Bob couldn't help but notice that there seemed to be a widespread jealousy of mustaches through the Koopas.
That's when I came up with the most devious plan ever. I would simply take that which was mine. Now, Luigi has to be the most pitiful villain I've ever seen. But if I was going to get you, I had to get him close as well. So I faked being oppressed and let him in my inner circle, knowing that you play along to get closer to me. Unfortunately, I couldn't just rip you off his upper lip, because you wouldn't affix yourself to me.
and that's where this baby comes in.
Bowser Jr. interjected.
This is designed to rearrange your follicle makeup to not only make you compatible with Dad's scaly mug, but also make you loyal to him against your will.
When you just told me that thought Luigi was going to overthrow me, I knew that couldn't be it, since Luigi wouldn't have the guts or brain power to do such a thing. It was clear to me that he was in fact reading your mind at that moment. Bob. So I knew that all I had to do was bait you into this trap, and it worked better than I could have imagined. And now, it's time for my plans to unfold.
With that, Bowser Jr. and his father put on thick sunglasses. Bowser placed a pair over Peach's eyes as she was still limply hypnotized. Junior threw the switch as the tube illuminated with a blinding light as electricity was pumped throughout the machine. The ends of Bob's whiskers caught the lightning, making perfect conductors for the flow of energy. Pain coursing through his body, Bob felt his individual hairs change into large, burly hairs of red. The pain was unbearable, and his physical makeup was changed and contorted into something he was never meant to be. Just when it reached a point where Bob wanted to die just with the torch at the end, the machine stopped. Bowser took his glasses off and peered through the thick glass. Bob was now much thicker and unkempt, with a perfect shade of red to match Bowser's hair and eyebrows. Bowser Jr. retracted the tube into the ceiling, releasing the transformed ball of fur. Bowser grabbed his beautiful mustache and placed the former Bob onto his upper lip. Bob obliged, walking himself to the Koopa King, who bellowed the laugh of victory.
Finally, I have it all. The princess, the kingdom, and, after all this time, the mustache! They called me mad. They said it was impossible. But read it in a week, aka the world's meanest biology teacher. Today belongs to King Bowser!
Luigi couldn't believe what he had heard. Looking through the castle, he overheard his leader through the door. He tried to enter, but the fart machine was blocking the door. Luigi was forced to look through the keyhole, listening to Bowser's words. Luigi's the most pitiful villain I've ever seen, rang through Luigi's ears over and over. He doesn't have the guts or the brain power. The only thing that got Luigi's attention after that was a blinding light through the keyhole, forcing Luigi to cover his eyes. It was some time before Luigi felt confident enough to open his eyes again. Looking through the keyhole, he could clearly see Bowser gloating now that the machine had been retracted into the ceiling.
No one can stop me now.
Bowser bellowed out Peach's window.
I win! I win! Hey, what happened to those little piggies I saw a few minutes ago?
Bowser did not have much time to contemplate, however, as he was struck in the back of the head. Whirling around, he saw Luigi with the fiercest look on his face Bowser had ever seen. He looked to the corner of the posh room to see his son bounded and gagged by rope.
A little trick I learned from Duplis.
Luigi said, answering Bowser's question before he even asked.
Turns out Duplis's knowledge is a two-way road.
So, you dare challenge me and my mustache?
Bowser glared.
Big mistake.
Ha! The only mistake you made was...
Luigi began before meeting Bowser's 90-mile-per-hour punch face to knuckle. Luigi was launched to the wall and slammed against the concrete with a hard crunch. He fell to the ground, revealing the cracked and damaged imprint he left behind. Luigi didn't move. Bowser cackled at his quick victory. He lumbered over Luigi and picked his limp body off the ground. Bowser tossed the unconscious weakling across the room, watching as his body hit the other wall.
Oh man, you're even weaker than I thought. And again, the power of this mustache could easily be thanked for my newfound strength.
Another blow to Bowser's head was felt, even stronger than the last. Rubbing his scalp, he watches Mario landed on the ground from bouncing on his head.
You should be cowering under a mountain of blue hedgehogs right now.
Mario kicked Bowser hard in the shin as his response, making the Koopa King grab his injury and bounce around the room on his one good leg, howling in pain.
Why, you little... Feel the wrath of my stash.
Bowser lunged his body at Mario in a tackling dive, putting his entire weight into the attack. Mario easily dodged the attack, taking a step to the left. Bowser's girth prevented him from lifting his heavy hide off the ground, before Mario used his soft head as his personal trampoline. Bowser shook off the plumber, sending him to the floor. Mario scrambled to his feet just in time to roll out of the way of Bowser's terrifying butt stomp. Mario jumped for a head blow, but Bowser was prepared this time, swatting the plumber out of the air like a tennis ball with his beefy arm as the racket. Mario hit the bed and bounced off and smacked into the headboard. Dazed and confused, Mario wasn't ready when Bowser jumped onto the bed, picked up the plumber, and threw him into the wall across the room. Lumbering with determination, Bowser prepared for his finishing blow.
Time to finish this now. You're not stopping me this time.
Bowser drew in a large amount of air for his signature move, cornering Mario to eliminate escape. Mario tried to block the attack by crossing his arms in front of his face, though they both knew they would do little to help him. Mario exhaled the air in a giant burning flame, sending the fire in Mario's direction. Mario instinctively ducked, the fire singeing the top of his hat. Mario looked up to see a snickering Bowser.
I've got you cornered like a rat.
Bowser gloated. His nose smelled heavy smoke.
Hey, do you smell something burning?
Mario pointed at his own mustache. Bowser looked down to see his precious mustache had been caught up in the fire and was slowly but violently burning.
Oh my goodness!
Bowser bellowed as he swatted at the fire burning on his upper lip.
Put her out! Put her out!
In his thrashing about, Bowser's bushy mustache was flipped up and down as embers were shaken about. One of these embers landed on Bowser's eyebrows, which then caught flame. Smoke billowing from the screaming Koopa's face, Bowser raced around the room looking for anything to stop the burning. His mullet caught an ember, and thereafter, Bowser was fully engulfed in flames. A stunned Mario watched as Bowser made a last-ditch effort to dive out the window and into the castle's moat. The Toad Guard surrounded the body of water as the plume of steam rose out of the moat, blocking all possible entrances. Bowser's completely bald head bobbed out of the water, relieved that the pain had ended. He looked up to see the Toad Guards with angry looks on their faces and hoagies in their hands. Slowly, his mind flashed back to his 8th grade biology class.
Why can't Koopas grow mustaches?
A young, pimply-faced Bowser asked from the back of the class. That's painfully obvious. Maybe you spent half the time paying attention in my class as you do doodling in your notebook. You know that it's on the pop quiz I'm handing out right now, replied the teacher, slapping the test onto Bowser's desk. The young Koopa King looked over his test, the first question being, why can't Koopas grow mustaches? After thoughtful consideration, Bowser put down the answer. Because biology... Go on.
Because biology sucks. Yeah.
Thank you. Followed by many frowny faces. Back in Peach's room, Mario walked cautiously over to his fallen brother. Mario had followed Luigi through the castle, making sure to stay out of sight. But when Bowser attacked him, Mario couldn't stop himself from barging in and protecting his little brother. Placing a hand on his now dead brother, Mario began to reminisce about all the good times they shared, the all-night movie marathons, taking Luigi on his first roller coaster, taking the Wario Brothers' house every Halloween. To think of all the times Mario took Luigi for granted, almost all the time, and now he couldn't apologize. A single tear ran down the plumber's cheek.
What's going on?
Luigi asked, his words slurred from just waking up. Mario screamed and punched him in the face in shocked reaction, knocking him out again. Mario spent an awkward moment's time just reflecting on that action until his brother woke up again.
Don't hit me again.
Luigi muttered as he came to. Instead, Mario bent over and hugged him.
Hey, what's going on?
Luigi asked, dazed and confused, not remembering what happened before he got knocked out. He looked over his brother's shoulder to see every other member of Bowser's Brigade tied together and being dragged into the room by all of the heroes who had earlier searched the castle for them.
Gotta finish my cookie now.
General Shy Guy asked. Vivian tried to give him his half-eaten cookie, but failed to find a mouth slot in his mask.
How do you eat things?
Vivian asked.
Just crumble the cookie in your hands and slip it through the crumbs and... Excuse me. Just crumble the cookie in your hands and slip the crumbs through my eye holes.
Vivian did as she was instructed, slightly creeped out by the action. Man, do you have to, eat everything like that? Bella asked, and General Shy Guy happily munched on his cookie crumbs.
Oh, yeah.
The General replied with a mouthful of cookie.
You can't imagine what an ordeal hot soup can be for me.
Oh,
What's
God.
going on?
Luigi asked. We're just here to unmask the truth, Mac explained as he walked over to Luigi. Behold, Mr. L's true identity. Mac ripped off Luigi's mask, revealing the plumber. Everyone gasped.
Hey, that's the jar who tore down my pizza place.
While Luigi shouted.
I was working with the little wimpy goody two-shoes.
Wario exclaimed. Dude! Super Brothers said in unison. Not cool.
Who's that?
General Shy Guy asked. See, Luigi, they don't respect you like you thought they did, Mac explained.
I know I don't.
Mini Luigi shouted from the side of the room.
So, you're saying no one really respects me?
Luigi asked sadly. Not really, no, Max said. But then again, we never did that to your mustache, he said, pointing to the pile of ash on the ground that used to be Bob. Luigi's eyes bugged out.
Oh my gosh!
Luigi shouted instantly, scrambling on all fours over the smoldering soot that was once his mustache.
What have you fools done?
Mario and others watched as Luigi scooped up the remains of Bob in his hands. Watching as the soot sifted through his fingers, Luigi was in total disbelief that his turning to the dark side had led to the destruction of one of the most important things he possessed. One voice from the corner of the room caught everyone's attention. Mind your language, Junior. What? What? Everyone asked. Luigi walked over and undid Bowser Jr.'s gag.
I said I can help you with your mustache situation. But first you have to get me out of the first you gotta get me out of these ropes.
Junior said.
It's a trap!
General Shy Guy shouted.
No, I'm a Koopa of my word. If I can fix your mustache, then you guys can let me go. Deal?
Bowser Jr. negotiated. Luigi took this deal into consideration.
Alright, deal.
What?
Goombario shouted.
Luigi, you can never take a Koopa for his word.
That is
The hell?
incredibly racist, Goombario.
It's even worse because Goombario and Junior just have the same voice.
Well, that just shows that I have no range.
That's a lie. That's a dadgum lie, and you know it. That is incredibly racist. What the hell?
That is it wouldn't be if there weren't also Koopas who were good guys in this story. But there are.
Like, Goombario's worked with good Koopas before in canon. Like, what is going on?
Goombario literally teamed up with a good Koopa in this story.
Yeah, that's the thing is in the final act of Paper Mario, Goombario turned to him and goes, "Oh, by the way, before we do this, can you just stay behind? I don't know, you're just giving me weird vibes."
Jeez.
Like at least Bobbery has like the excuse of being like a boomer and a pirate, like a
Yeah.
Navy person, like he's like out on the seas, and so he's like you know isolated. So like he has like that excuse, but Goombar is like a young kid. It's like
Yeah.
Luigi, you can never take a Koopa for his word. Oh my gosh. Go on.
Holy shit. Look, just because they don't look like us doesn't mean they're scary, Goombario. Well, if I'm gonna get Bob back, then if I'm gonna get Bob back, then I'm just if I'm gonna get Bob back, then I'll just have to trust him.
Luigi responded coldly. No one dared to argue with him. Bowser Jr. lowered the fart machine from the ceiling, placing the soot and ash of the former Bob in the glass tube. Cranking the dials and throwing some levers, Jr. brought the machine to life, forcing everyone to tightly close their eyes from the blinding light. From behind his dark shades, Luigi watched as a pile of blackened ash slowly rose and formed into the mustache he knew and loved. After a minute's time, the machine was turned off, and the tube was retracted back into the ceiling. Bob shook his whiskers as if he had just woken up from a long sleep. After taking a moment to take in his surroundings, he excitedly bounced over to Luigi's feet. Luigi picked up his old friend and adjusted him to his upper lip. Hey, that's the Luigi I remember. Goop said with a thumbs up.
There, your mustache is back. Now can I leave?
Bowser Jr. asked impatiently. Everyone in the room slowly turned towards him. The next thing he knew, Junior was being dangled out the window by his tail by Luigi.
Hey, you said you would let me go!
All right, if you insist.
You dick. Luigi mocked, letting Bowser Jr. plummet down to the water below. He was soon followed by the others of Bowser's brigade of baddies one by one. Well, all all except for one, that was. All right, Tiny, we have a few commands for Her Highness. Max said as he held Mini Luigi up to Peach's blank stare. First, Mr. Eller Luigi is no longer wanted for custody.
Mr. Ella Luigi is no longer wanted for custody.
Second, any trace of Mario's embarrassing incident is banned.
Any trace of Mario's embarrassing incident is banned.
Oh, and this one, Tanner, I think you might like this one. And lastly, say unique New York 5 times fast.
Unique New York, unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. Oh, those commas in the middle there. That's so mean.
Unique
That is,
New.
oh my god, fuck you!
That's hilarious. That's good. That's
Unique
good.
New York, unique New York.
That's good. I didn't even notice that
Why would you punctuate a tongue twister?
because they knew one day people like us would read it out loud. Wow, I
Yeah,
didn't
like
think
the
he'd actually,
poor schmucks we are. Yeah.
basically. Wow, I didn't think he'd actually be able to do it. Matt commented as he tossed Mini Luigi out the window. Finally released from her hypnotic state, Peach shook her head side to side and stared at everyone who was in her room without explanation.
What's going on?
Peach asked. Outside, the bad guys had no choice but to swim to shore for their lack of gills. As they were shackled and taken to the dungeons below the castle that was once theirs, they could only reflect on how their perfect plan fell apart. Man, Red whined. We did everything according to plan. What went wrong?
What do you mean, we?
Thank you, Sable. Bowser shouted.
You guys didn't do squat.
Well, excuse us, Blue retorted. Excuse us, Blue retorted. Like, we would have gotten here with the battle mecha sooner if someone didn't need to take the good half of an hour getting their double shot. Whoop! Get with us. Hey, Yellow shouted. You know I'm cranky all day without it. As the Cooper brothers argued about at what point you need to have, as the Cooper brothers argued about at what point you had to need caffeine before you called it an addiction, everyone returned to their normal lives. Happy this Mr. L saga was finally over. And now we reach the epilogue. Luigi and Mario returned to their home as brothers once again. As soon as he got home, Mario handed Luigi a broom and told him to clean up his impressive amount of used hankies. But Luigi didn't mind, because he now knew deep down that his brother respected and loved him, and that's all that mattered. As the runner-up, Mac was given the championship belt as Tubba Blubba had mysteriously died of a heart attack right after Mac had left the stadium. No one went to his funeral. Bobbery sails the high seas, but not before getting himself some of that newfangled internet he heard of. His blog is now the most visited site based on living in the ocean. Cooper had joined Goombella in her adventurous archaeological search for the missing link between Toad and Mushroom. Goombella has also sent in an application for a restraining order of Goombario, who still stalks her to this day. Sheesh. Koops and Koopy Koo's relationship is still unknown. Their MyFace Facebook pages listing the relationship as complicated. Bombette is still Starbeam's #1 customer, keeping the company financially afloat thanks to her hourly need of cappuccinos. Vivian disappeared to obscurity after everything had sat. Vivian disappeared to obscurity after everything had settled, as shadow sirens often do. Some say she secretly writes an advice column under the name of Mrs. Doobie, though these same people also think the moon landing was a lie. Lackluster was last seen getting beaten up by neighborhood thugs for being a wannabe poser. Frankly, no one doubts that he deserved it. Mallow, Watt, and Flurry have fled for the border. Although Watt was caught due to stupid bank transactions, Flurry and Mallow still live on the lam with unknown secret identities. The reward is currently 3 million each. Carl still remains in his dungeon cell, because no one really cares much about a guy who can't jump a motorcycle over another motorcycle. Bowser and Bowser Jr. mysteriously escape from their cell the next day, while the others still face another 6 months of cold liver leftovers. And they actually have an epilogue to the epilogue underneath the author's note. Make it stop already! The gurney operator shouted from his bed in the infirmary. Parakarry listened to the irritating beep from the cocoon of his full body cast, unable to even reach over onto his side table and break it in half. Maybe if he could scoot his way over, he could knock it to the floor and make it shatter on a tile below. Rocking left and right, Parakarry got the momentum to flip his body cast over the side of the bed, but he missed a hero membership card on his way to the floor. With a sickening thud, the injured gurney operators listened to Parakarry sob as the beeping continued. And that is the end.
Thank God. Oh man. I don't know how much longer I could have stayed for this.
Harry, how many meters ahead of you can you see right now?
No, I can see. That's not the issue. It's just... Ugh. I'm just exhausted.
Did we end later last?
So.
Yeah.
Did we end later last time or earlier?
We ended earlier than this. Last.
Yeah, we started.
Yeah.
We started a bit later, but we ended earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry that this took so long.
Yeah, I really don't have it in me to really have any final thoughts because my brain just doesn't exist right now.
I'm kind of in the same boat. If anyone does have any final thoughts, I guess. Well, no, Scrappy. How about you start? Do you just want a lightning round it?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the guy who read the story when it was kind of new, and yeah, this was definitely one of my favorite moments from the story. Yeah, reading through it again now, 10 years after I last read it, outside of my rehearsal reading that I did on my own. Yeah, I'd say it still mostly holds up just as just general narrative adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it holds up on that regard. There's definitely funny moments in this story, but probably because it's more dramatic, they kind of toned down some of it.
I mean, that is the most notable thing. I think the one thing that kind of irritated me is that Luigi himself doesn't get enough focus, so it sort of lessens the impact of him realizing that Mario does care about him. But
yeah, I agree. For a story that's meant to be focused on Luigi's character arc, there's a lot of just random ass partner characters who get more lines than Luigi does.
And one could argue that fitting of Luigi's status in this story, basically getting cucked of the spotlight in his own in his own finale. But it kind of made the emotional moments come off as, for lack of a better word, I guess maudlin? Maudlin's probably the wrong word to use here.
Lessened.
I use a smart boy word when I could have just used a normal word.
Yeah, I can kind of see where you're coming from with that.
Suppose.
While I do enjoy the interactions between the partner characters generally, yeah, I like that they kind of brought what was at the time pretty much a pretty contemporary lineup of supporting characters to kind of deal with the ultimate supporting character of the Mario universe.
I guess.
Like
No.
it could have, this honestly could have been a story. Like the partners just doing their own thing could have been a story in and of itself.
Yeah, because it doesn't help that a lot of these characters are kind of one note. They're
Yeah.
is I would especially say that is the case for Bombette.
Hmm. One thing I will say, I don't know if it's just me getting like exhausted or whatever, but I do honestly prefer when this fic was kind of a
Script based.
well not just that, but like I preferred it when it wasn't like this big story or whatever.
Serialized.
Yeah, when it was more when it had more contained episodes of Luigi just doing
When it was just like Luigi makes an ass of himself.
yeah, I preferred it when it was like that because I didn't necessarily dislike these chapters, but when they tried going for like an actual ongoing story like this, it kind of lost me. I'll be honest.
I would say that that is something I've noticed with a lot of series that start out initially comedic and rompy.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
really jarring. Like it does most of the series one way, and then it just shifts at the very end. Like
I
it,
would say I would say no. I've seen some pull it off well. I
right?
think, or rather, I've seen comedies pull off emotional moments well. But there are very few can think of that actually pull off uh serialized arcs well. Arcs um that are that have that start and stop say over the course of a season, I feel like are generally more well executed because they can have a self-contained little adventure that somehow ties into the arc. South Park did that with the meteor shower. I think South
Mm,
Park would be a great example to use here because they did that with the meteor shower, but then in later seasons, once they started doing episodes that take place directly after one another, you notice their arcs are kind of it doesn't work. The arcs
right.
don't work for a lot of reasons, but this is not a South Park
I
analysis podcast.
I think when it started to change for me is when like they did the whole Mr. L thing. I think by that point it kind of I don't know. I feel like it kind of lost the a lot of the fun and the pill for me.
I I don't know. I do like that it doesn't completely become serious. I
No, no,
like
no.
that
Of course.
Luigi is still Luigi when he's
Yeah.
Mr. L rather than being possessed. I
Yeah.
just love that he's still a loser. Like he
Of
still
course.
sucks even
Yeah,
when he's
yeah.
Mr.
There's still like fun stuff that happens, obviously, but um, I don't know. Like it just does. I feel like a lot of it just doesn't land as well as like previous chapters. Like stuff with Dexter, especially. Like that's just kind of not here anymore.
Well,
Oh
Dexter's medically incapacitated at this point.
yeah.
Like fair enough, but like I don't know. I don't know how to really articulate it right now, but
hmm
it's I'm not sure how to feel about these last few chapters. Like they didn't do too much for me.
I feel
I
like
think maybe like what uh the whole like villain thing is it went from like just being like patty assholes to just like this grandiose kind of like thing. Is that maybe like what you're
Maybe, yeah. I feel like
yeah.
I
stuff like that
kind of
is just taking it like not
yeah.
too seriously, but like I don't know.
Well, yeah, and Sable, you weren't here, but the previous chapters of this are basically just sitcom episodes of Luigi
Yeah,
George Costanza-ing himself
yeah, cause
into
like
embarrassing
yeah,
situations.
cause like the like I was in those chapters, I was legitimately like laughing a lot in the background, whereas that I mean I kind of chuckled a couple of times here, but like not a lot. I don't know.
I will say, I think Mario might have been the strongest character in this, which is weird
Yeah,
because
yeah, I'd agree.
he started out because while I said Luigi's side of the dynamic between him and Mario and the emotional arc between those two, while I feel like Luigi's side of that was underdeveloped, I surprisingly I feel like Mario was given maybe not the right amount of focus, but enough focus and a and the I guess pathos of it was pulled off well enough to where I was genuinely invested, which is weird because he started out as probably the least developed character in this series of Vix.
Yeah.
But I do like, well, one, I like that he's given a line of thinking besides just being this like dumb little gremlin man. He's given a line of thinking to show that he is smart. He's just hedonistic and mute up until the end.
Yeah.
I do like that.
Yeah, I did like some of the like last parts with Mario and Luigi. Just
The concept of Mario takes his brother for granted and then
yeah.
learns from it, and deep down all he does love him is it. It was well executed.
Yeah, I
I feel.
like those I like those scenes a lot. Like those were nice.
Yeah, I just wish they gave Luigi more time because the previous chapters were sort of that build up, but to have him become a background character and is only in the finale,
Yeah,
I feel like it's, and maybe this is just me, but I feel like it becomes a thing where you forget he's there so that when these moments happen, you're forced to think back to everything that happened previously, and it makes it unable to stand on its own, and it sort of makes it, I don't know.
I
I
think
guess it's
yeah.
congruent with what the previous chapters were building up.
Yeah, I can get that.
Oh, let's see what I was gonna say. um, I do like Mario actually having yeah, I just like Mario being a little more fleshed out and having some actual characterization beyond. I like to eat, and sometimes I'll do heroic stuff just so Luigi will look worse by comparison. Gosh, like Mario actually feels like I can actually get some line of thinking. What am I trying to say? I always can kind of understand Mario's thought process for once in the story, and yeah, yeah, it's like yeah, he was always no, he's always kind of stupid in the story, but not because he's mute, just because he's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say?
To be fair, everybody in this story was kind of stupid.
I mean, yeah, that's just a trademark of this story. Everyone is like, even Luigi, who's debatably the most likable character in his own story, is kind of a petty, egotistical asshole.
No, I've said this before. It's weird because he's also really insecure. Like, a lot of the plots are just that somebody pointed a flaw out about Luigi and he took it really personally.
Yeah.
And hijinks ensue from there. Like, that's
Yeah.
how this.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess reading through this again, I'd say honestly, some off-color jokes aside, I think part one was probably my favorite of the little arc, maybe because it was just because vengeance. Luigi got to.
Oh yeah, it's really fucking satisfying to see Luigi just get back at everyone for all the bullshit he's put up with in that series. You know what I think the problem is? This chapter feels too self-contained to feel like a conclusion, or rather this arc, because the way this arc, the the arc uses everything that happened at the awards show as the straw that breaks the plumber's back.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that Luigi's been through worse, which I get it. It's supposed to be the apex of it, but but at the end of this, he goes through things that are significantly less humiliating, and it treats it like it's the breaking point.
Yeah, I can get that.
And it kind of, I guess this is the issue in this chapter, is that this chapter feels a lot more, this chapter goes so self-contained in spite of being an arc, because half of it is just these characters that aren't Luigi dicking around trying to catch him, to the point where it just feels like an individual episode. Well, no, that's not. It feels like it's being scripted like a self-contained episode when it's supposed to be an arc.
Yeah.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, Nova, thank you for filling in for Bowser, and also Sable, thank you for filling in for Bowser.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you guys do your final thoughts, and then I think we need to wrap up because, good lord.
Just some random notes I wrote down while we were still reading. I know when Bowser was like going off of his, I don't know, manifesto. Not manifesto, his motive rant. Yeah, I know. He notably name drops Luigi properly when in some games he doesn't even recognize him.
Oh yeah, that's a running gag in the Mario and Luigi games.
Yeah.
Yeah, notably he did not name drop Daisy. Like,
I mean,
that's...
he barely knows Daisy.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? They go racing every Sunday.
Yeah, but he probably just knows her as like brunette Peach. Like in his mind, it's just the brunette version of someone hotter.
Jeez. Okay, what else? Yeah, Luigi, like, well, obviously nothing came out of it, but Luigi leaving Peach behind in a hypnotized trance with Bowser is not really a good look. Like, that's just kind of bad. I know Peach screwed him over, but that's kind of awful.
Like how Luigi kind of, gets off scot-free for basically participating in treason and domestic terrorism.
It's treason then.
I mean, pretty much Luigi. This was
Not
the universe.
treason, but domestic terrorism. I don't know why I said treason.
Yeah, I guess this was the universe giving him a mulligan, I guess, for the first and last time of his life.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I don't know. I guess I don't know. Also, one of the guards, when they were mentioning like the long list of like deal making, like, oh well, so and so guard said I had to do this, but they have a favor from this guard. Yeah, one of the guards' name was Tim. I just like to imagine it's Dexter's brother somehow getting involved in this. And yeah, we say this is a finale, but this is not the finale. Like, there's 2 more episodes that take place after this.
Are they? Oh, really? Okay.
And those are standalone. They're
okay. They might be more up to my speed then.
This is treat this 3 part like the theatrical movie where the stakes are raised to like saving the whole world for some reason.
Oh no, that's a weird thing I've noticed, and I've wanted to talk about this. Whenever a movie is based off of a cartoon, even if that cartoon is a slice of life comedy, it has to be treated as an epic adventure, even though movies that are just slice of life, and that always confused me.
Yeah, I can get
There's
that.
a Pro CD video about that.
Like,
that's amazing.
Like,
I think like the idea is just like it's got to be on the big screen, so you got to make it like this big epic thing because movie.
Also because it is attached to a franchise, and when you're attached to a franchise, you have to hype up your product and make it like a bigger, epic version of itself.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm gonna try not to belabor this too long, but
Yeah.
it's basically the Simpsons movie joke. Why would I pay for a movie when I can watch a show on TV for free? So that's basically their mindset.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, what else I had to say? I think that's about it. I enjoyed. Honestly, I wanted to see more of Luigi. If the entire this whole arc was just Luigi screwing around with like the civilians for 3 chapters, I wouldn't be fine with that.
That'll be
Like,
fun. Yeah.
I think
Honestly,
yeah.
even
Go
if
on.
it weren't 3 chapters, if it were just Luigi getting his revenge, or better yet, Luigi just not even like him doing anything terrible, not even him doing anything with malicious intent, but he just has a good day, and everyone who has screwed him over in a previous chapter somehow has just bad luck befall them.
That'll be amazing.
And it's all just random coincidence.
I think I
Oh
would
dear.
prefer that over what we got, to be honest.
Let's see what else happened. Honestly, if there was just one thing I guess I would change about this story written like 13 years ago, gonna get a real armchair analyst to hear. Uh, yeah, honestly, I'd like just to see more of Luigi hanging out with the villains, maybe learning what they like, maybe learning slowly that yeah they don't actually care for him and he'd be better off.
Yeah, I
Maybe
will.
him learning that he would still no him learning that even as a laughingstock hero he's still treated better than being the villain's whipping boy, and that's even for all of Mario's bluster, he does love him. Like
I think, yeah, I was kind of hoping for that as well. Like, we don't really get a lot of that here.
that'd
No.
still be kind of crappy, but at least I don't know. I guess there'd be
I, f-
pathos.
I honestly, like, I kind of thought that was that was what they were, that's what they were gonna go for, but not.
They did go for that with Mario, but
Mm-hmm.
I guess what I'm thinking Wimpzilla's mindset here
Right,
was it was probably two things. The status quo is that Luigi sucks.
right.
Uh,
Yeah.
and he was probably also thinking, but would any of those characters actually think that about Luigi?
Mm-hmm.
That is the justification I can use. Even though I agree with your point, I'm just trying to approach it from how Wimpzilla may have been thinking when he was writing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nova, you got anything to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Sable and Nova, like, do you guys, like, have any closing thoughts on this?
Well, I guess I'll let Nova go.
To keep it short, well, I guess it is kind of. I guess you could say it's kind of. It is kind of sort of out of left field to suddenly have a more dedicated arc as opposed to just all purely slice of life. I still feel it's a at the very least still thematic overall, and
Yeah.
I at least did enjoy what I did read, and
Mm-hmm.
I feel it did close it off decently well.
Okay.
Yeah, I did like Bowser like not actually being smart for once in this story and seeing through Luigi's ruse the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that was another thing I wanted to comment on. Is that throughout this, Bowser has just kind of been a big dumb comic relief dude bro. I'm glad we actually get to see him, even if it's comical, be somewhat villainous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't know why. Yeah. Also, General Shy Guy is just he's great in this.
Oh, yeah,
I wish he
General
showed up
Shy Guy is
more.
fantastic.
Oh dear.
I tried to like put my best drill sergeant into General Shy Guy.
Oh, it was
Thank you.
great. You were great.
And yeah, Junior's just I don't know why he doesn't show up much in this story, but he's like always funny when he does show up.
Honestly, Junior is probably my favorite character in this entire bit.
It's because he's enough of a voice of reason to realize how most people around him are idiots, but he's still a child,
Yeah.
so he gets to play along with the stupidity too.
Yeah. Yeah, same can be kind of said for Gumbario as well, like on the other side.
Yeah, that's true. Goombario is about as like Goombario and Mac are probably the closest things to relatively sane people, and
Oh
Vivian.
yeah.
I like Vivian in the story a lot, actually.
I feel I had way more fun with Goombario than I was expecting to.
He's a
Kind of.
freak of nature.
Yeah. Uh,
Well,
yeah, I feel.
Um,
Okay, so, yeah, Sable,
I
you,
think
you
that's
go.
all I've got.
Yeah.
All right then. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all of you for putting up with me for 4 hours. Yes, it's been 4 hours. So folks, thank you all
Well,
for
I
our
mean,
first story time with Scrap.
does,
Hmm?
has, Sable done his, like, thoughts yet?
Oh, I completely forgot. I'm so sorry. I'm a little tired myself.
it's okay. It's okay. I'm just a guest character.
Yeah,
We're
try to
promoting you
be, yeah.
like obviously I have not taken part in the first 15 or so chapters leading up to this like entire arc here. So I haven't really I don't like know much of the background other than what you told me. So but from my perspective, the one thing I did not like was the resolution of Luigi literally just overhearing Bowser talk about how like he immediately saw it at the con. Like how he immediately saw through the disguise and everything and tricked Luigi. That was like the one thing I did not like. I liked the revelation that Bowser was actually not a moron. That was really cool. I thought it was a nice twist, considering Bowser's portrayal up until then.
Yeah.
But like like Luigi's realization, I feel fell a bit short. Because I would have, as has been mentioned, I would have liked there to be more time spent in the villain camp where Luigi kind of realizes kind of like, kind of like the first seeds of doubt are planted, where it's like
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
the suggestion there that the villains actually don't really give a damn about him. And then maybe like he overhears Bowser and Junior having that conversation, and like realizes, okay, now it makes sense now, rather than it just being basically like this Deus Ex Machina. It's like, oh, okay, you know.
Oh,
That's like
Yeah.
the one gripe I have about
I
the
agree.
story
And
as it unfolded.
Okay.
yeah, and I agree. And that sort of I feel like ties into my complaint of Luigi just not getting enough focus in general.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But yeah, that's basically all. I did like, and I said like I didn't like I like the teams, like the partner teams, but I feel like there was a bit too much focus on them rather than like Luigi's misadventures.
It would
Yeah.
help if those partner teams were a bit more than I mean, they're not all one note, but there's a lot of just kind of gag characters who are nowhere near as interesting as Luigi himself.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
do like I do like how it's just a selection of like RPG partners and Parakarry. The most recurring one seen in the story is conveniently knocked out.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I think we should wrap up now. Yeah.
Okay, so well, I'd like to thank all of you for your participation, and also to Common Spider who dip out early. Again, apologies to her. Um, for next episode, we'll probably just finish the next two chapters, and I don't know when that'll happen or who will be involved, but that's probably what's next.
Yep.
And yeah, I guess we'll move on from there. So, yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say. So,
All right. Well,
yeah, good night, everyone.
see you guys later.
bye bye.